Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, a sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're off. It is the Tuesday morning edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Good morning. Coming up, we will start with last night's Monday Night Football matchup in New England. The Patriots getting their 10th straight win, this time over the G-Men. In 20 minutes, find out what Aaron Rodgers has to say, getting heated at his own teammates and himself. We'll get some hot takes from D-Day and Double D coming your way at 6:40. And she is Chelsea Messenger, who this morning doesn't give a sip. Chelsea, how are you?
Yes. For our people who are listening on the radio, Jinx is referring to my cup that says a very funny mom pun that says, I don't give a sip and I'm drinking hot coffee today, which is a departure because Jinx, normally, you know, I drink iced coffee on the show. I ran out of iced coffee, so I had to make hot coffee this morning. Do you struggle with this on the show? I think maybe because you have a thermos, it doesn't get cold.
Right.
But I made this coffee like 15 minutes ago and it's already cold. So, like, that's the problem. I love hot coffee, but during the show, I don't have a butler that can, like, go down and heat this up every 30 minutes for me.
Well, I'm sorry you don't have a butler. We should all have a butler.
God.
Jeeves! This is lukewarm, Jeeves. Remember Ask Jeeves, by the way? Remember that back in the day? That website? Where instead of, like, Google or Bing or whatever, he was Ask Jeeves. He had to serve you up on a platter. Anyway. I'm weird because I'll wake up, I make a pot of coffee every morning so that I have coffee and the lovely Catherine has coffee when she gets up a few hours later before she goes to work. But during the day, I'd rather have iced coffee. Like, I'll go home after this, and as I'm walking home, because I've got a lot of stuff to do today, I'll run by our local place in our alley and I'll grab an iced coffee. But in the morning, I go hot coffee. I think it's like a mental thing, just waking up and getting going.
Yeah, I think normally I do like hot coffee. It's just, I don't like coffee when it's like tepid. You know, like I want it to be a temperature. I want it to be hot or I want it to be cold. So I feel like from a maintenance standpoint, like it's like having like white tennis shoes. Like the idea of it sounds great until you actually wear the white tennis shoes. And the second you wear them, you like spill mustard on them or something. So I do love hot coffee, but I ran out of iced coffee. So we will be drinking tepid hot coffee today.
I hear you about the white shoes, though, too. Like, I have 2 sets of white shoes, and I got some new ones because I realized the initial ones I got a couple years ago are now that sort of off-white. They're not beige, but you know what I mean? Where it doesn't take much, and all of a sudden that bright white, that gleaming white you get when you pull them out of the box doesn't really exist anymore. I'm like, I guess I got to replace these. I'm trying to be current. It's not easy.
I finally gave up on the dream. So
Did
normally
you?
what I do, and this is the most boring thing ever, is that I buy the same pair of tennis shoes over and over and over again because I know what I like, you know, and they're comfy. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to get the next version of that. So I normally get white and I tell myself, oh, I'm only going to wear these at the gym or indoors. And then like something outside happens. I'm like, ooh, I'm going to change this flower pot. Bloop. A bunch of dirt gets on them. So, like, I have given up on the dream of white tennis shoes. For this winter, it is going to be black tennis shoe season.
Wow, you are in luck. No stains whatsoever. Speaking of tepid, I'm looking at the bets from last night, and, you know, not terrible because there weren't a ton of bets, but also not ideal.
Well, yeah, we didn't win any bets yesterday. Like,
Okay.
you can just say that.
All right.
So
Trying.
my best bet was banking on the fact that I thought that the running back was going to get some short and dumpy passes. That was the case for the Giants, but I picked the wrong running back. Tyrone Tracy had been the beneficiary of getting these over the past 2 games with 3 and 4 catches. Last night he only had 1 catch, and it was Devin Singletary that got the catches. So it was the right handicap, but the wrong back.
Fair enough. D-Day, you want to get in here? You hosted the show yesterday.
That was my evil twin that bet for me yesterday. For anyone keeping track, I've lost 8 in a row on the show.
No, you haven't.
No.
Really?
Oh yeah. I was 2 and 3, I guess, last week before I did a weekend bet where I went 0 for 6, and I went over 2 last night. So if anyone's counting, don't.
Well, that's your first mistake, is you didn't have to bring that up. Like, the first rule of the game is give yourself good PR. Be like, yeah, but on my pick 6, I picked some right. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, your parlay pick was correct.
There we go.
So like there's wind sprinkled in there.
There are definitely some wind sprinkled in there. But for the best bets, your boy's on a fade me.
It happens. Let me tell you, I've told this story before, but a few years ago when I was starting in sports betting, my hand to God, I had a run where I won 13 straight bets. Absolute heater, could not be stopped, thought I had it all figured out, and then I turned around and I lost 14 straight. I swear to God. And, I'm like, I got this gambling thing. I got it on lock. I got it figured out. 13 straight, and then I got humbled like that, and I could not buy a win. So don't feel bad. It happens.
I think that's the worst part of betting, is that we're always chasing that high, right?
Yeah.
Like, for those of you who play golf, I feel like it's very similar to golf in that, like, it is very difficult even for the people who do it at a professional level. But when you do have that one good shot, you're chasing that feeling of a high, and you're like, oh, I can do it again. I've got another birdie in me. And then it takes 3 months or 6 months or a year and a half for your next birdie to come.
Yeah, you're like, wow, 5 months, 3 bogeys. I'll get there one of these days. The Giants will not get there. The Patriots, again, just gangbusters this season. All over the G-Men last night, Chelsea. 33-15. Patriots laying 7.5. Patriots minus 375 on the money line. Total set at 46 and a hook. The over hits. New England gets it going early on special teams.
Into week 13, Gillen hits it. And the return by Marcus Jones. He can fly. Still going. Still going. No flags. Touchdown, Patriots.
That is Joe Buck on the call for ESPN. 94 yards and a score makes it 10-0. And then the route was on. Drake May, 24-31, 282 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Travion Henderson, 67 yards on the ground. Patriots have won 10 straight for the first time since 2015. And Mike Vrabel becomes only the 3rd coach in NFL history with a streak of 10 or more wins in his first season with the team. Chelsea, this game was over at halftime.
Yeah, this game fell over in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Like, Jenks, I was cleaning the kitchen during the first quarter. I was like, I'll just miss a few minutes. And I had it on my phone while I'm doing the dishes. And then I look over, and it's 17-0. And you're like, what the hell just happened? Like, the game just started. As if the Patriots needed any other help on offense. They get a punt return touchdown. Like, what's going on here? It feels like we keep waiting for the other shoe to drop for the Patriots, and it just never does. Like, maybe their dud of a game was against the Bengals last week, where they still won that game by 6 points. Maybe they didn't cover, but still, it just feels like this Patriots team, like, we're getting deeper in the season. We're sitting at December 2nd right now. Yeah. I think we can securely say that this is a good team and probably one of the best teams in the NFL.
Oh, no question about it. This is a team that is the favorite to win the AFC at plus 425. They are 11-1 to win the Super Bowl. They are the real deal. Drake May is the favorite to win the MVP at minus 120. Drake May is something to watch. It really is a beautiful thing to watch the progression of a guy who was so good in college and then, of course, highly drafted. And you think, is he going to be that guy or not? Is he going to develop? We're seeing it in front of our eyes. I think it was week 2 or 3 where we were saying, have you seen the deep ball that Drake May can throw? An incredible deep ball, like what touch he has. And now he's rounding into being that complete player. I mean, Mike Vrabel said after the game, he's realizing what he can be, talking about Drake May. And he just looks all world last night. has looked all world this season. I can't believe this is his second year.
I can't believe this is Mike Vrabel's first year coaching the
know.
Patriots. Do you know how bad that hurts as a Titans fan? And you're like, oh, yeah, the thing that we all knew here in Nashville has come back to bite us. Like, maybe it was Mike Vrabel who was not the problem, and maybe it was ownership. But you look at this from a betting perspective, you look at this Patriots team, and I feel like it's a tough one to pin down props market just because I also think this is a sign of a good team. Is they can beat you in so many different ways where it doesn't have to be one guy carrying the team, because obviously Drake May is putting up MVP numbers, but it's not like him throwing the ball every time. Like, we still have a healthy dose of the running game. You know, you have a split backfield with Travion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson both having productive nights. And then you never know who the receiver is going to be. Is it going to be Stephon Diggs? Is it going to be Hunter Henry? You never know. But it doesn't seem to matter. Like, that's the sign of a good quarterback, somebody who does not rely too heavily on one receiver.
Yeah, they can just beat you in every different way. You know, one of the popular phrases that we hear all the time now is complementary football. You have to play complementary football. The Patriots play complementary football. They do it on every level, at every level. And then last night, when you take a team that is so good offensively and defensively, and then you add a special teams touchdown, and you have a quarterback playing at an MVP level, I mean, there's a reason why this team is the favorite to win in the AFC. The NFC is a lot more stacked, so that's why you see the Patriots drop back when it comes to Super Bowl odds. But man, Mike Vrabel is way ahead of schedule, and I know you touched on that, but this goes to show how players and coaches can be completely different when they play with different organizations or when they're part of different organizations that have their ish together. Do you know what I mean? If you're a player and you're struggling to find your way and you're playing for the Jets, for example, guess what? Your road is going to be a lot more difficult. If you're a head coach and you're coaching in Tennessee right now, your road is going to be a lot harder. And it's not necessarily a referendum on your talent, but you face so many more hurdles along the way.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's kind of the consensus on the Giants right now, is that the Giants are not a team that did not have any talent this year, but they just never know how to use it. So when you look at the future and you're like, oh, the Giants' future is bright, it feels like Jackson Dart is the guy. Cam Scadaboo will return at least for a season or two before he has another concussion. And then they have some good pieces that I know are hurt right now, but the defensive line has Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, and then you have Malik Neighbors, who is a great number one receiver. But the problem is, can you trust the Giants organization to get it right? That's the difference between the Giants and the Patriots, is that when the Patriots have talent, they're stacking wins and they're winning 11 games. And then you look at the Giants and 2 wins this year? It feels like this team has way more talent than a team that has finished the season with 2 wins. And again, I know the injuries are there, but I think that's the question for the Giants moving forward.
And also the question is, can they keep Jackson Dart upright? That hit that he took where he went flying into the sidelines. And remember, he was out for 2 games because of a concussion. And then we saw that instance a few weeks ago. Remember, he went to the concussion tent, and Brian Dable, before he lost his job, goes in there, essentially pulls him out, yells at the trainers. If the Giants are serious about Jackson Dart being their quarterback of the future, they need to sit down and talk with him, or at least try to protect him. Part of it is him. He said after the game, I'm not playing soccer out there. You're going to get hit. Yes, and you were a quarterback on a bad football team, and you're going to get hit over and over and over and over again, whether you like it or not. So when you have a chance to slide or get out of bounds, I understand it might hurt your ego or hurt your manhood, but when you play quarterback for the New York Football Giants, you're going to take plenty of hits. You are already out for a concussion, so if you can get down, get down. He's jeopardizing his future.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, but I do think that hit last night, after they kept showing it in fast motion, in the normal speed, Like, it was about a half second too late, because he was going towards out of bounds. Like,
Right.
It's not like he was going forward. It's just that was a really big hit, and it just happened to be legal because of, the 1 inch that it got to be in bounds. I think he had 1 foot in bounds, so the hit was legal, but I don't know how much he could have done about that one.
True. I think he sort of stepped forward instead of taking that angle straight out of bounds. And you know me, I love a good bone cruncher. I was looking on eBay for that Bone Crunchers VHS or 8mm reel that they used to sell before the NFL realized maybe this isn't good marketing. So I appreciate a good hit. But for a guy that has so much talent, if you're going to be the quarterback of the future, you have to protect yourself. And hopefully that's something he learns moving forward. Coming up next, how about a quarterback from the past? Aaron Rodgers looks every bit of 42. How much time does he have left in the NFL? We'll talk about that next in the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you guys with us on a Tuesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up in a couple minutes, Aaron has a message for his teammates and himself after the Steelers fall to 6-6. Okay, here it is. Can you believe it's December 2nd? Crazy to me. So, what does the Messenger Buchanan household look like now? I know you cooked everyone a big dinner, had everyone over for Thanksgiving, but now are the Christmas decorations up? Is everyone excited? Is the tree ready to go? What does it look like inside the house?
Well, the tree has been up because this is like crunch time for me because we do Thanksgiving and then the next week is Blake's birthday. So we have Blake's birthday party that is this weekend. So like I'm already past Thanksgiving. Like we're on to Cleveland, baby. Because I got to prepare for the next big event. So it's just a really busy time of year. And Jenks, I know you have a birthday coming up. I know you and Blake are around the same time. Do you have any big birthday plans?
Well, maybe. I am not someone who generally makes a big deal out of my birthday. I know we've talked about before how some people want a birthday week, which I'm like, a birthday week? Oh, you want a week to celebrate your birthday? Oh, my God. One of my exes used to do that. Very nice person. Didn't work out, but very nice person. And she always wanted a birthday week. And I was like, oh, God, here we go. A full week of birthday celebrations. I never really got that. But for me, I'm not big on it. And so I tend not to tell people about my birthday. So I appreciate you saying that. But I'm not someone who generally promotes it. Like I took it off Facebook so I won't get reminders and people telling me happy birthday. I try to sort of keep it low key. The lovely Catherine wants me to go to New York City with her because she has a conference in New York City on Monday. And so I'm off on Monday because I'm working Commanders on Sunday, but then also I have a podcast and other obligations. So we were going to try to go to New York City, maybe go to a nice dinner and celebrate a little bit, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get away. So it's kind of a bummer.
So what is the day? So you have the stuff with the Commanders on Sunday?
Sunday.
Are you trying to go on Friday? Your birthday's on Sunday.
Yeah. So we were gonna go. We were gonna go after my work on Sunday, so I could watch the game on the train or whatever and stream it. And just as soon as I'm done, leave the radio station, hit a train, be in New York City by around 5, have a nice dinner, and then come back the next day. But the problem is that even though I'm off on Monday, I still have the pod to do, and I can't really push that back. Like, there's only so much I can reschedule. So I'm supposed to give Catherine an answer today. We were talking about it last night. And so maybe I can make it happen. Maybe. But it's going to be tough.
What about Friday or Saturday? Like, could you do it another day, or is she not going to be there?
She'll be there. I think it's sort of the... You know, it's romanticizing, like we could celebrate your birthday in New York City and be at a nice restaurant. It's a quick train ride, which I appreciate that. I mean, we have a free hotel room because she's going to be up there for a conference anyway that she has to work on Monday. And she would come back on Monday night, which is her second conference in New York in a month, which is kind of crazy. But I think it's just doing something different that we don't normally get to do. So maybe I can figure something out and push the pod back to Tuesday or something. I don't know. I got to work it out.
I think you should go on Saturday. Like, if you just go a day early and, like, treat yourself. Like, go for a fun day in the city, have a nice dinner. I don't know if you need to get an extra hotel room, but, like, this one day is your birthday. Do that.
I mean, I could. Then the problem is I got to be back ready to start a show at 10 a.m. on Sunday morning here in D.C. And so that, and at a radio station that's not nearby, which means I need to leave at probably 8 in the morning, and then there's prep involved. So I'd have to come back Saturday night or super early on Sunday morning, so the logistics don't work out. I like where your head's at, though.
Because you should do something. Like, I'm the same as you, that I don't want, like, a huge deal for my birthday because I'm not 12 anymore. Or 21. Right. Like, that's the cutoff for, like, celebrating your birthday excessively.
Yes.
But I do think, like, even if it's not super public, like, do one nice thing for yourself. Like, go to a nice dinner and do something nice. get yourself a good bottle of whiskey or something.
I like that's what I'm talking about. Just, a little something where you treat yourself. You don't go crazy, but you kind of say, oh, you know what? This one day I'm going to do something for myself. Because I tend to say, like, all right, I'm a year older. Whatever. I'm going to get some Shake Shack or something. Awesome. I'm really excited. You know who's not excited right now is Aaron Rodgers. Not excited at all. First of all, did you see his face after he got beat up over the weekend? I mean, absolutely beat up. Steelers are a mess right now. So he got hit. He had scratches on his nose. He's going to be okay. But after that loss, he essentially called out his receivers. So you don't normally see that from a quarterback. And it was done in a subtle way, right? It's not like he came out and immediately just started taking shots at everyone. But this is a guy who was talking about preparation and about being ready for each and every single game. And the Steelers just simply were not ready. And so he said this about his teammates, about his receivers after that loss over the weekend to the Bills where they lost 26-7. He said, when there's film sessions, everybody shows up. And when I check to a route, you do the right route. We have our meetings every week. We have other opportunities outside of the facility. I look forward to seeing all the boys there. I felt good enough to be out there, just not ready to take a snap under center. Hopefully next week for that. Disappointed in my performance, disappointed in the offensive performance, and got to flush it. Steelers are 6-6. Mike Tomlin and that incredible record of not having a losing season in forever, that is in jeopardy. But very subtly, Aaron Rodgers implied that not everyone is showing up at meetings and doesn't really know. Some of these receivers don't know what they're doing when he checks down or he changes the play, and that is a real problem.
I think it's fair, though. Like, if guys don't show up to work prepared, it is a fair criticism because he also pointed out in the post-game interview that he didn't play well either. So, like, he is taking accountability for the offense. I think this is one of those stories, though, where people see the name attached and they've already got their reaction made. You know, when you see something attached to Aaron Rodgers, people's eyes are already starting to roll in the back of their head. Because think about it, like Tom Brady was kind of like this. When guys weren't prepared, like think about the games that he wasn't winning in Tampa Bay where he was yelling at people and he was fired up. And this is kind of the personality of people who are really high achievers. Like I think I read something from Nick Saban where he said something to the effect of people who are really high achievers and hold themselves to really high standards get really aggravated around people who do not. So do you think there is a level of that to this with Aaron Rodgers?
Absolutely. I mean, he's one of the greatest to ever play the game of football. And when you are that great, Tom Brady was like this, the standard is as high as it can possibly get. And it's hard for some players, for some people within the organization to understand that level of, it's not being maniacal, but it's that level of dedication. Like, it's one thing to say, I want to be the best. It's quite another to say, I want to be the greatest of all time. And I'm going to spend every ounce of every piece of energy that I have of every day in making sure that happens. I mean, not many players have that level of accountability to themselves. Even when Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay, what is the first thing that you heard players say? This guy is like, he's different. Like, he works harder than anyone else. And he had that immediate respect because no one had ever seen a work ethic like that before. And they had some great players. It's not like this team was awful. They didn't have great individual talent. They did and do. But no one had ever seen anyone like Tom Brady. And then it hit them, oh, this is why he's the best. And so you can still be very good at your job and put in a lot of work and still not meet the level of effort that Tom Brady or an Aaron Rodgers puts in. And it can be really frustrating for those around players like that who are held to a standard that they feel like is maybe impossible.
Yeah, and I do think people will look at this season in retrospect, and I don't think most of the blame will go on Aaron Rodgers because he's had some good games. Like, he's had some stinkers, and he has absolutely looked his age, but there are more problems with the Steelers than just Aaron Rodgers, starting with the defense. Like, this is a defense that was supposed to be one of the best in the NFL, And it's just not. Like, some days they have it, but other days they're giving up 30 points and like 300 yards to the Bengals and Joe Flacco. So it's one of those things where it just feels like a lot of things are kind of falling apart for the Steelers. Like, you heard the fire Mike Tomlin chants coming from the stadium, which is absolutely wild for all he's done for the Steelers. So it's one of those seasons where I think a lot of people going in thought, hey, if we fail, it's going to be at the shoulder of Aaron Rodgers. I don't think that's the case.
No, I don't think so either. Now, to be fair, I don't want to act like this guy is playing as if he's in his prime, because he's not. And he has not been great on long passes. He has not been great on intermediate passes. This is not the Aaron Rodgers that we've seen before. He looks like a 42-year-old quarterback, but he's not getting any help. And so I think when you have an aging quarterback and someone who is in, the latter stages of his career, he's still a very good quarterback. But if you're not peaking and you've got guys around you who are not running the right routes, and the implication is, and some of these guys aren't necessarily showing up in the film room, then any sort of weaknesses that you may have are not going to be mitigated, because you've got to have the team around you. Aaron Rodgers, at the very least, can drive the car, right? Like, at the very least, he can guide a football team to a win. Minimum. Maybe he's not going to be an elite quarterback, a top 5 quarterback any longer. That's fine. We know that. But you can't even drive the car if the parts that you're dealing with are broken or aren't performing the right way. And I feel like that's where he is right now.
Right. And also, like, it makes him look bad when somebody runs the wrong route and he's throwing it to nobody. So, like, he has a right to be upset. And it should be noted, I thought you were going this way with the conversation. Today's Aaron Rodgers' birthday, December 2nd. He turned 42 today. I wonder what he's doing for his birthday. Something tells me he's not a big birthday guy.
Oh, no, not at all. I feel like this is a guy that uses his birthday. He's going to treat himself to some good drugs today is probably what he's going to do, I would imagine. But this is not a guy who's going down to the local bakery and getting a cake for himself. You know what I mean? Like, he just seems like a guy that says, it's just another day, move forward. He doesn't seem like a big birthday celebration cat.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to have like 30 minutes of silence where he just ponders life.
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
I'm going to treat myself to 30 minutes in the dark where I just think about my life, my birth, and my journey to come here on Earth. But we'll see. Like, he does have a lot of reflecting to do, because he hasn't said whether or not he's coming back, right? Like, it feels to me that this is not a season that he would want to replicate and come back after this. It does feel like the last ride, does it not?
Yeah, this feels like it's it for him. Like, just listening to him, doesn't he sound like this season has been a real grind? Like, there's no joy for him. And I understand that you can't always win a Super Bowl and you can't always make the playoffs, but if you look at his career, he's been wildly successful. One of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game. And he has to be sitting there thinking, I am 42 years old. I got these scratches on my nose because I keep getting hit. And I got receivers who don't know what the hell they're doing. Like, what am I doing? Why am I still here? I don't see the joy in Aaron Rodgers. And at some point, look, football is a game. You have ups and downs. You get frustrated. You have celebrations. There's so much to it. But I see a guy who has been stripped of his joy, who's not enjoying his time at all. And here he is way past midseason where it doesn't look like this team is going to make the playoffs at all. And he's still worried about his guys running the right routes and guys showing up in the film room. And he's getting booed at the age of 42. And he says, look, it's justified. We sucked offensively, but this is certainly not where he imagined he would be at this point.
Oh, absolutely not. And especially with the personality type that we just described, of these high achievers, of these highly competitive people, they don't like losing. And they don't like feeling like they're not at their best. So I think that he has pushed it a couple seasons, maybe too far. But of course, hindsight is 20/20. And I'm sure he really wanted to know, hey, is there anything left in the tank? I think we have the answer now. But let me ask you this. I feel like this is a question that people are divided on. Do you think home fans should boo the home team?
I get torn on this. I feel like in the pros, yes, in college you should pull back a little bit. But the natural argument to that is, well, these guys are getting paid now. Might as well be professionals. You know, might as well boo them just like the pros because they're getting paid. But I also think there's a difference between, you know, booing a kid and booing someone who is doing this for a living and a grown man. I don't have an issue with it, but I sort of do have an issue when you don't give your team the benefit of the doubt, if that makes sense.
I think it depends on the situation, but like last night when that Giants kicker missed the entire ball and he kicked the ground, you can boo that.
Yes, you can. You should be able to execute a simple field goal, especially after this season. Oh, the Giants lost like 7 straight, and it's like, and we can't even kick a field goal. Like, guys, what are we doing here? Guys, coming up next, it is a Tuesday, so it's only the best takes from D-Day and Double D. That is next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we'll agree or disagree with D-Day and Double D and what they think after Week 13 in the National Football League and as we get ready for the college football playoff. Speaking of college football, how much did you celebrate your NC State Wolfpack? You called it. I wasn't here on Monday, so I haven't asked you about this yet, but that had to feel nice that you whipped up on Carolina.
It always does. But here's the thing. Like, we always beat UNC, and that's why we're going to keep Dave Doran around, it feels like, forever. Like, I don't know. Like, he's fine, I suppose. He feels like he's in, like, the Mike Tomlin category where not even that good, where he's just mediocre. I guess he's fine. But he always beats UNC, so that's good for the boosters. So it feels like he's going to stick around forever. So it's one of those things where it's like, great, we beat UNC, but Dave Doran's going to be here forever.
You don't sound thrilled about that. It feels like you're just treading water. At least that's the way it sounds like that you feel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's the problem is when you beat your biggest rival and you do it handily. Like now Dave Doran, I think, is 9-4 against UNC in his career. And I understand like this year is a down year for UNC, but like in the past years, NC State has been underdogs in this matchup. Like we've even done it when we go to Chapel Hill and went on the road. So like it is a big deal when you beat your rivals. It just feels like you see all these people in the pros and they're like, oh, they went to NC State. You see all these quarterbacks who went to NC State, Russell Wilson, Mike Glennon, Jacoby Brissett. And even if they're not the best quarterbacks in the NFL, like they're still quarterbacks where you think, hey, maybe this team would have a shot at being a top 25 team. But instead, we're playing in bowl games in Orlando. So it's just one of those things where it feels like we underachieve every year.
I get that. Well, I hear the frustration, but also congratulations on whipping up on Carolina. That's a good way to finish the regular season. Yes. I'm trying to spin it the right way. All right. What sort of spin do we have on the takes from D-Day and Double D? Let's find out.
It's time for Take Tuesday. Are these takes hot?
So hot. So hot.
Or not?
You can't handle the truth.
Good morning, Double D.
Good morning. We're going to head straight to college football. I'm coming at you first, Chelsea. Texas should be the first 3-loss team to make the college football playoffs.
Ooh, I don't know about this. I feel like the odds makers are saying hell no, but they certainly would need some help. They need some teams, or they need some people to lose in their conference championship games. How much do I want to piss off my co-host here? Because we know Jake's is a big Texas fan. I don't know. I feel like it would have to be a really wonky situation for this to happen. Like, I don't see it happening because there's other teams that maybe you could make a case for as well as being 3-loss teams. Like, think about the loser of the SEC championship game. Like, if it's Alabama, like, they have a good chance as well. And I think the committee looks at, you know, whoever's playing in the conference championship games. And I think those losses will not be punished as severely. So as much as I wish it would happen, I don't think that this is true.
Let me take a breath first. This isn't going to happen, but it should happen. Thank you, Double D. Look at the numbers here for a second, honestly. Texas is the only team in the country with 3 wins over teams currently in the top 15 of the college football playoff. Texas has beaten 3 AP top 10 teams this season. No one else has done that. It's the first time that's been done since LSU did it and won a national title in 2019. Strength of schedule metrics from ESPN. Texas Tech, 59. Notre Dame, 42. Oklahoma, 12. Bama, 11. Texas, 8. Do you want the best teams in the college football playoff or not? Texas is not going to make the playoff. I have accepted that. But what this is going to do is it's going to make sure that teams like Texas don't play these massive non-conference games. Because if Texas doesn't lose to Ohio State, and I know you're going to say, well, they shouldn't have lost to Florida. Fair. But if they play a cupcake like most teams would have done to open the season, they're in. We're not having this conversation. They're getting punished for a bad loss to Florida, but we're ignoring the fact that they had the guts to take on Ohio State to start this season, the best team in the country. So this is the way it works. This is the way that the playoff is set up. I get that, but moving forward, if Texas doesn't make it, and they won't, don't expect these Blue Bloods to schedule these huge non-conference matchups, because in the end, the goal is to make the college football playoff, and they're going to be punished for that loss to the Buckeyes. Yes, Florida, but otherwise, they're in.
I do not have a take that's going to garner nearly as much passion as we just got there, but okay. I will try my best. We're going to jump to the NFL real quick. I'm going to say that the Eagles are not winning a single playoff game this year. They will get there. They're still likely going to win the NFC East, but they are not going to win a single playoff game.
Agreed.
Ooh.
They don't like each other. They hate each other. Or there's a lot of dislike. They're not playing good football. The Bears ran all over them this past weekend. And doesn't it feel like now, my theory is that A.J. Brown is the de facto spokesperson for the rest of the organization or the rest of the players on that offense, where he's like, you know what, I'll speak up. I'll talk about how we're not happy, because we keep hearing rumor after rumor that Jalen Hurts is kind of doing his own thing. He's not getting rid of the ball quickly enough. People on that offense are frustrated with his play. He's playing his own game and not rising to the level of everyone else around him. And I feel like A.J. Brown, because he knows he's going to get the criticism anyways, like, I'll say something. But they look like a team that is fracturing. And they're winning. When they're winning, just on talent alone, I agree.
I might agree, but for different reasons. Because you can say all that about the Eagles, and they have not liked each other for the entirety of the season, and they're still 8-4. So, like, they're still winning games despite all of that. For me, it's the reason that you look across the NFC, and even some of these lower seeds, which by me, I mean, like, you know, the 5 through 8 seed, some of these teams are really good. Yeah. Like, if the season ended today, Philadelphia would play the Packers. Like, that's not an easy 6 seed. And you look, you know, across the board, like the 5 seed is the Seattle Seahawks. It's just an NFC conference this year that just has so many good teams. And we aren't even talking about, like, the Lions, because right now they're not even in the postseason. So some things obviously can shift as the season goes on. But if the Eagles lose, I think it's just a testament to how strong the NFC is.
I get that. They just look like a team. Sometimes the eye test tells you everything you need to know. And when I watch the Eagles, I look at a team and I see a team that isn't playing with a lot of passion. They're just getting by on talent.
All right, we're headed back to college football here. This one hurts me, but I'm going to put it out there anyway because I'm starting to realize it in my own brain. Chelsea, hot take or not take, Penn State is no longer seen as a premier coaching destination.
I think, what do you mean by premier? Is it a top 5 job? Maybe not. I still think it is a top tier job, but I do think as you follow this crazy coaching search that involves, like, the CEO of Crumble Cookies, I have been trying to look into it. What is it, the BYU coach or something? Where it feels like Penn State is not getting the, you know, easy, candidates that they thought that they probably were going to get. Like, when it is a fight to recruit somebody to coach your school, maybe the proof is in the pudding or in the cookies, as the Crumble Cookies CEO would say. So I think maybe that has, you know, some breadcrumbs there, is that if it is such a premier coaching job, why aren't more coaches jumping at the chance?
I still think Penn State is an elite job. I think they're just caught in a bad cycle, right? Look, Florida is a premier job. So is LSU. Summerall goes to Florida. Lane, you know, is basically picking where he wants to go. Of course, he's going to stay in the SEC. It's a natural fit for him. But who else are they going to go to right now? Right? I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going to happen at Penn State, but I think they're a victim of the cycle more than anything else. It's still Penn State. And I don't have a dog in the fight. But if you want to coach at one of the great programs in college football, State College and Penn State is still one of those programs. I really just think they're a victim of timing.
All right, Thanksgiving is in the rearview mirror, which means we are officially in Christmas music season. So with that said, the best album, not song, but just album, overall body of work, the best Christmas album belongs to Pentatonics.
Oh.
All right. I'll take this one. I'll lead off here because I agree with you that Pentatonics is extremely great to listen to. It's one of those groups where if you haven't heard of Pentatonics, it's like an a cappella group and they sound lovely. The only problem I have with their Christmas music, it's very difficult to sing along with. And isn't that part of the joy of Christmas music is that you can sing along with it? So like, no, I can't hit those high notes that the Sopranos and Pentatonics are doing and all these crazy like a cappella riffs. So that is my only knock on Pentatonics. So I think for that reason, it is not the GOAT of Christmas music.
I'm not going to say it's the best, but I am going to say that it's up there. Like, I think D-Day is onto something here. And you're right, you can't really sing along. You just have to sit back and appreciate because they're so unique. There's no one like Pentatonics. And I don't have the Christmas album. So, full disclosure, maybe I need to listen to the entire album and then I'll be on the right side of things here. But I think it's a strong take. And if you have not heard of Pentatonics and you're not familiar with them and you've been listening to Burl Ives and Mariah Carey over the past few years like we always do, fire up some Pentatonics because you're going to be blown away by how talented they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a sprinkle of them. It'll make your Christmas season better. That's the first album we listened to when we were leaving the Thanksgiving function. Put it on. I was like, honey, it's Christmas music season. We got to start with Pentatonics.
I can't deny that. That's actually a really strong take, which I did not anticipate coming. Come on, next in hour two. Let's get petty. Let's talk the college football playoff before the new rankings are released. It is college football time, and it is coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
coffee, and wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Our review of the Daily Tip starts right now on a Tuesday, December the 2nd. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And coming up, it's time to talk college football. And one of the conferences that is chosen to be extremely petty. We'll tell you which one in a few minutes. And later on in the show, we'll get to some college hoops as we have plenty of top 25 action going on tonight. And then later on in the show, in the hour, it's on to the NFL as we play Teaser Tuesday, where I share my favorite teaser legs in the NFL this week. All right, Jenk. So talking about college football, and I just looked this up during the break because I was curious. I wondered to myself, how much money do these teams get for reaching the college football playoffs? Because you look at these bubble teams and you think to yourself, okay, like, are these teams really going to compete for a national championship? Probably not. But there is a reason why there is some bickering and some fighting to make it to the college football playoff, because each team in the college football playoff will receive a base payout of $4 million. And then they get extra money for each round they advance to, an extra $4 million for the quarterfinals, $6 million for the semis, and $6 million extra for reaching the national championship game. So when you see all those numbers, you say to yourself, okay, in the NIL era, that is money that could really advance a team's future.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, money is everything now. And also you sort of have to add that with prestige. And, you know, there is something to be said for if you're a blue blood program or a traditional program, all things being equal. If the money is equal, then the program with the more recent success or recent history probably wins out. But more often than not, it really is about the money. You see guys going to schools they wouldn't normally go to because the money is there. Texas Tech is a perfect example. And clearly, I don't like Texas Tech. But let's be honest. If you're looking in the pantheon of college football history, there's a reason why Texas Tech has not been near the top. But now they are. And why is that? Because now they have the money where they can go in and bring in the right players. And I'm not saying it's not a good school. I'm not saying they don't have some sort of history. But certainly it doesn't measure up with the Ohio States or the Michigans or the Texases or the Alabamas. There's no question about that. No one would debate that. So why are they good? They're well coached. They have a lot of talent. And that is because of money. That would not have been the case just a few years ago.
It does feel like to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the Texas schools in general should have a big boost on the competition simply because of the oil money, right? And now it's a race of not just, you know, the prestige, but like you mentioned, these teams who have these massively funded billionaire boosters. So when you look at the schools in Texas, like, it's no shock to me that this year, like, Texas A&M, Texas Tech, and Texas were all good. Because, like, think of the money that comes in. And I understand there are other sources for some of these billionaires, but it does feel like the state of Texas should be in good hands moving forward.
Yes. When you look at Texas Tech in particular, who was the one big booster who said, we are going to build a championship program? It's Cody Campbell. And what industry is he in? Oil. I believe it's Double Eagle. I don't know if it's oil company, but that is his company. And he is a billionaire, I believe, with a B, or that company is a $1 billion company. And so they spent the money in the portal. They brought in some of the best defensive linemen in the country. They have NFL dudes on that defensive line. They have a great quarterback in Baron Morton. They're well coached. I don't like them, but the facts are the facts, and they've done it the right way.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder that in the future, if prestige matters less, and it's going to be more about, like, who are your big boosters and who's giving a ton of money to your program. So it'll be an interesting development to follow. But as I mentioned, there's some conferences right now that are being super petty. But honestly, Jenks, I feel like it's too little too late. So what I'm referring to is the ACC, and they are choosing to show on the ACC network the game between Notre Dame and Miami. They're going to be showing it 8 total times on Thursday and Friday. And this is the game where Miami beat Notre Dame. And you look at the standings, you're like, oh, one of these teams is in and one of these teams is out, and it's Notre Dame, the loser of this game. So do you think this is a strategy that will work? Do you think it's something that is helpful? Or do you look at this and you say, hey, you guys could have put Miami in. You could have, reversed the rules and like, hey, sorry, Duke, we're going to put Miami in the conference championship game. Do you think this is too little too late?
Yes. I appreciate the dedication. There's no question about it. That you guys are going to play this game 120 times over the next few days. Like again and again and again. But at the same time, I don't think it's really going to move the needle, right? Like, are you going to watch this game again? Is someone on the committee going to watch this again and be like, oh, yeah? Because, yes, I understand there's a head-to-head battle that matters there, but there's so many other factors that are taken into account. It could be strength of schedule, how you look at the end of the year. Hell, LSU or Ole Miss is going to be evaluated on Lane Kiffin not being there now. So when you take all of those factors into account, sure, it's interesting. Maybe it brings to light what happened and maybe you spend a little extra time on it. But I think overall, it's kind of much ado about nothing. No one is going to have their feeling, I think, about this game on that committee and then suddenly rewatch this and say, I had no idea. Like, they already know all of this.
Right, and if they wanted to rewatch this game, I'm sure they could get footage provided to them.
Correct.
Like, who is sitting around and watching the ACC network reruns anyway? Like, I'm somebody who went to an ACC school, and I'm not tuning it on the ACC network regularly unless there is live programming. So, like, They can stream this game 24 hours straight, and nobody will care. Like, they do this on NFL Network, and it's not to make a point. It's just because they don't have other programming. So they're like, we're going to play the Chiefs and the Bills AFC championship games all in a row. And you're like, great, that's fine. But like, if we didn't mention this on air, how many people would even know this was happening? People don't care about the ACC network that much.
No. I don't know where I'd find the ACC network. I think I have it. Okay.
We do.
I because we both have YouTube TV, right? So, but I am not watching the ACC network a lot. Like, this is for hardcore ACC fans. I was watching the SEC network over the weekend, and I was blown away by how, these are obviously owned by ESPN, or the SEC network is, and how little they put into like the desks and the the backgrounds and the production values. Like, they just give the SEC network like the scraps because they know people are going to be watching ABC. They're going to be watching ESPN. Like, this is for the hardcore fans. These are for the games that most people aren't paying attention to. So yeah, if you're tuning into the ACC network to watch a replay of this game over and over again, you're not a member of the committee. You're just a hardcore ACC fan.
Or you can't find the remote. And you're like, oh, no, I can't find the remote. And it's stuck on the ACC network. So at the end of the day, I feel like it's not something that's going to change anybody's mind.
Right.
Let me ask you this, because this has been a big point of conversation here in Nashville. Do you believe in campaigning when it comes to college football and trying to get a spot in the college football playoff? And do you believe in campaigning for Heisman? Because obviously, Vandy has been putting the full court press on Diego Pavia and Vandy getting in the college football playoff.
Here's the thing, is that it's how you campaign. Like, Diego Pavia, as I said before, he's just so annoying. Like, he's smoking cigars live on Instagram and talking smack. Like, good for you, man. Like, he's a hell of a player. Like, he is a hell of a player and put on an incredible performance against Tennessee, struggles early, and then just made throw after throw late. Like, that dude is a baller. There's no question about it. But I don't necessarily know if that's the best way to go about promoting your Heisman candidacy. Like, my God. It's Diego Pavia. They ought to give half the Heisman to his mother. As much love as she gets. But then you see someone like Steve Sarkisian, and I know it's going to be like, oh, Jinx is being biased here. But giving a true, impassioned, let me lay out the facts as to why we belong is a lot different than just talking a lot of smack. Do you know what I mean? And I'm all for, talking that talk. Like, Diego Pavia can walk the walk. That dude, again, he is a hell of a football player. But I think if you want to have more of an impact, then you sort of need to lay out your case a little bit better. Do you know what I mean? Like, let me give you the reasons why we belong. Like, let me tell you about Diego Pavia and all the reasons why he deserves to be the Heisman Trophy winner. Look at what he's done here. Look at what he's done here. Look at what he's done here, as opposed to, this guy can play. Also, Mom, not too bad. Like, that's just not an argument that I think will resonate as much as one that is laid out just a little bit better.
Well, to be fair, I don't think Diego Pavia is like the one pushing his mom. Like, I think it's the broadcast crew that keeps finding her in the crowd. But I think it's a little different because Diego Pavia is campaigning for like the Heisman, which is an individual award. If you listen to Clark Lee, who is the head coach of Vandy, lay out his case for Vandy to be in the college football playoff, he does list reasons. And it's not just like, oh, Diego Pavia has so much riz. Like, he's not saying that. So I do think it's not exactly the same thing. But, like, I understand where you're coming from. And here's the thing where it's different for Vandy is that they don't get the free publicity that all these blue blood schools already get. So it does feel like they have to be the loudest player and team in the room just to get some of that attention.
Oh, yeah. And this is when the voice that is giving the message matters. If it's the player himself and he's doing a Heisman pose, or you're right, the broadcasters are showing Mom or talking about that relationship, whatever. That's not going to move the needle. Those are not the moments that you want to use as promotion for your potential Heisman Trophy candidate. It is the head coach, or it is the player sort of deferring and kind of rising above a little bit, because you know how people get. Personalities matter. They want the person winning the Heisman Trophy to have a particular gravitas because of the history of the award. But if it's Clark Lee delivering that message, if it's the Vanderbilt sports information director, if it's the university, then it's a whole lot different than just saying, this guy, he believes in himself. He's transferred here. He's been a part of the transformation of this program. Look at Mom over here. That message is fun in the moment. And yes, you're right. It's part of the broadcast. But it's who is delivering that message that matters the most.
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to ask you this earlier because we were moving on to another topic. But do you think if Alabama loses in the SEC championship game that Texas would go ahead of Alabama? Or do you think it would be Alabama? Because here's the thing. I do think there is a good chance that a 3-loss SEC team gets in. But, like, if you're Alabama and you're saying, well, our third loss came in the SEC championship game, does that not count for anything?
Yeah, and that's the worry, right? Because that can absolutely be taken into effect. It can be taken into effect when it comes to the Heisman race as well. It's just up to the individual voters. But as much as I want Texas to get in, I also believe in being fair. Like, fairness is the most important thing, like in life and in sports. And I don't want to see a team like Bama potentially punished because they lost in the SEC championship game. You know what I mean? As much as I want the Horns to get in, it wouldn't be fair. Like, you can't make it to the championship game of your conference, particularly when you're talking about the SEC, and say, oh, you lost. You lost to one of the best teams in the country in the SEC. Now you're out. Like, that would be supremely unfair, and it wouldn't be a terrible loss because you're talking about two great teams going at it. So I don't think that would do right by the Crimson Tide based on the season that they've had.
Yeah, when I saw that you guys, or Texas, I guess you're not on the team, but you did go there. When I saw you guys beat Texas A&M, I almost thought to myself, not that you guys did them a favor, because obviously it's a rivalry game and they don't want to lose, but they didn't have to play in the SEC championship game. They just kicked their feet up. Honestly, I feel like that's a better scenario than them going to the SEC championship.
Yeah, I think so as well. At least if you're Texas, this is about as good as it gets, right? Like you have a huge win over Texas A&M. I think what happened over the weekend is things just didn't fall the way they needed to fall. They needed LSU to win over Oklahoma. That almost happened. They needed Tennessee to beat Vandy. That didn't happen. So it's just not going to fall their way. But certainly if they went to the SEC championship game and then lost again, they'd definitely be out.
Well, I was talking about Texas A&M. Like, It's wild to me that they didn't go to the SEC championship game.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we switch gears to college hoops, the biggest matchups and our favorite plays. It's after the break here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we back. It's a Tuesday, which means we have a solid slate of college hoops to look forward to. Plenty of top 25 matchups. We'll get to our favorite plays in Florida and Duke, Carolina and Kentucky, and of course the big one, UConn at Kansas. So, Jenks, I was just thinking about this. I can't remember the last time I went to a college basketball game, but I will say, as far as aura goes and environment, college hoops games, especially like when I covered ACC basketball, are some of the best environments in sports, because as opposed to football where it's like, 80,000 to 100,000 people, it's a smaller venue, and it does feel more, I don't want to say like cozy, I don't know the right word, but it's more condensed and it's packed in. And you see like fans that get to be almost on the sidelines. You see the Cameron Crazies, they're right there on the baseline.
Yeah.
When's the last time you went to a college basketball game?
Oh, God. I don't even remember.
Have you been to a Texas one lately?
No, I haven't been to the Moody Center, and it's supposed to be amazing. And I'm so bummed because I have a standing invite to go down there and to go to a game from someone who's a member of the communications department, which would be awesome. I just need to get down to Austin. The problem is when I have a vacation set up, like I want to go back, but then it's like, yeah, but I could go to the beach or go somewhere. You know what I mean? Like I want to go back, but that time is so finite. So I end up going elsewhere. But I think the last college basketball game I went to was actually a Maryland game a few years ago. And I forget who they were playing, but they were at Xfinity Center playing someone. I think it was covering the game. Or no, I just gone as a fan because someone hooked me up with tickets, and I was like, yeah, I'll go. I love college basketball. And that can be a great environment. But it's been a minute. What about you?
Yeah. We went to the SEC tournament when it was in Nashville a couple years ago.
Oh, okay.
And like that's cool because it's like a bunch of teams, and you get a ticket and it's a session. So you get to see like multiple teams play. So even though it's not the teams that I follow, because obviously I went to NC State, it's still fun. And I feel like college basketball is so quick. Like maybe it's because I'm used to watching like baseball and football, but like college basketball, like it is a tight, like what, hour and a half? Like those games go by quick.
Oh, man. And that's part of the fun, too, if you just want like a quick hit. Not that I don't mind a good baseball game that goes, because it's just a different type of experience, right? But sometimes we just want to get it and get out. Like, let's go. Let's be there for a couple hours. Let's have a good time and then leave. And you're right. Especially, I mean, I just love the pageantry of college sports anyway. The different student sections or the different traditions, the bands, all of that. You see that in college football as well. But you're absolutely right about that. It's an experience that I think is underrated.
Well, and it's just like it checks off a different box. Like that's the thing about sports is that like each sport has something that, it brings to the table, and college basketball just feels, again, it's tighter. It's just a different environment than say football or like the NFL that just feels very, very corporate. They're like, if you don't have an armband, get off the sidelines. You can only be there for like the last 2 minutes or something. So it's different than college football where they're like, oh, you're a booster? Come on down. Oh, you have 10 friends? Come on down. It always worries me because you see like all these boosters and recruits on the sideline. You're like, somebody's going to get pummeled in the end zone. Like they have like 20 to 30 recruits lined up. And you're like, somebody's going to do like a corner route and half of those recruits are going to go home on crutches.
You know what I was watching the other day? Like it's because I'm old, but I love watching old NFL films videos. Like I love learning about the history of the NFL, seeing how the game has evolved, looking at old players, how they compare to new players. And I saw an old video from Three Rivers Stadium where the Steelers used to play. And they used to have cars parked behind the end zone. So Lynn Swann, Hall of Fame receiver for the Steelers, catches a pass, and he's got his momentum that carries him out of the end zone. And he jumps over the hood of a car, slips on the hood of the car, and falls down to the turf. And the announcers were like, whoa, and Lynn Swann just had to navigate that car. Like, imagine now in 2025, like you're not going to see, an 85 Chevelle outside of the end zone at SoFi Stadium. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was just a different time where, there's cars parked. Of course, it's a field. They got to bring some cars out there, to bring some stuff onto the field. And it was just considered like not a big deal. So I think about that and I see that and think, what an amazing journey the NFL has been on. I think people don't realize that at one time it was not the most popular sport. It was baseball. And the NFL is now the preeminent sport in the United States, but it wasn't always like that.
Yeah, and it's a lot safer now, one would think, when they don't have cars parked behind the end zone. Just stop running. It's difficult when I'm running at full speed with all of these pads on. All right, Jenks, without further ado, let's get to some college hoops. All right, so let's start with, in my opinion, probably the biggest game of the night. Number 5 UConn at number 21 at Kansas. So line this game is fluctuating depending on which book you're looking at. You can get it as low as UConn laying 1.5, or if you like Kansas, you can get as many as 2.5 points for the home team. So the question mark for Kansas all season long is, when is Darren Peterson going to play? This is a player who has drawn comparisons to Kobe Bryant, and of course his presence would be much needed against a UConn team that across the board looks like one of the best statistical teams in all of college hoops. According to KenPom, this is a top 13 offense and defense, and they've already had some big wins, coming off a big win over Illinois, 74-61 in a semi-home game. Only loss of the season coming at home to a very talented Arizona bunch. But you look at Kansas, even in the absence of Darren Peterson, coming off a big win against Tennessee at a neutral site, 81-76. So this one feels like a toss-up to me. So if it feels like a toss-up and you're giving me 2.5 points with the home team, I think I'm leaning towards Kansas here.
I think I might be on the other side here. This is going to be that classic game where, all right, I don't really want to bet on it, but I do want to watch it. So the one thing that I worry about if you're UConn is this is their first true road game of the year. And playing at Allen Fieldhouse is always incredibly difficult. Playing in Lawrence, one of the most difficult environments in college basketball. But UConn is so deep. Like, they've got Terrace Reed back. They've got Braylon Mullins back, both from their ankle injuries. Eric Ryba looks really good. He continues to get better in the middle. Like, UConn can go really deep into their bench. And I think when you're talking about a high-energy environment, two really good teams here, and UConn has been tested. UConn has already faced 3 top 25 teams this season. They're battle-tested. The only question I have is, can they go on the road and get it done? And for a lot of teams, I might say, well, they could be a little worn out. But then I keep going back to the depth that they have on that roster. I kind of like UConn laying the 1.5, or you can just take them on the money line at -130.
I mean, this line implies that it's basically a coin flip. So I think I could see like either side. So it's not one of those that I feel like has a huge betting edge. It does feel like Kansas is like the younger team. So that kind of scares me. But I do think it's obviously very helpful when you're playing at home if you do have a young team. Because I remember thinking Kansas had a shot against Duke. They did not. They lost that game by double digits, 78-66. But that was a neutral court. So we'll see. The UConn certainly has their work cut out for them because Kansas is supremely talented. They're just kind of a young squad, which is what we're dealing with a lot of these programs. All right, next up, let's go to Iowa at number 7, Michigan State. Line of this one is not as tight as I thought it was going to be. Michigan State laying 6 points at home. You can get 6.5 at some other shops. This one opened at 5.5. So some money coming in with the home team and the Spartans. Both these teams come in at a perfect 7-0. I feel like even going into this one blind, it's very easy to make a case for Michigan State. Extremely well coached, we know, with Tom Izzo, with some experienced guard play in the mix, and one of the best defenses in college basketball as we stand right now. A top 6 defense according to KenPom. They've already had some big challenges that they have faced and met with, success. Big win over Kentucky earlier in the season, won that game 83-66. But Iowa is a really talented squad. Like, think about everything you think of with Iowa football, and it's the exact opposite when it comes to Iowa basketball. This is a high-octane offense that's going to score a lot of points. If you look at that this season so far, 77 points or more in 5 of their games thus far. So, Jenks, I'm a little torn on this one. I think I'm leaning towards the points in Iowa, But again, Michigan State playing at home, well-coached squad, I could see the case for that one as well.
I don't even want to be on the other side here. By the way, do not follow my college basketball picks. I am just now, I was going to say learning about college basketball. A week ago, I didn't know it existed. Wow.
What's a jump ball?
What, a jump ball? What are these fouls that they keep calling? What are these things? But you know how it is. I mean, I'm in the middle of college football. I'm in the middle of pro football. I got a little hockey going on. You know, I'm still riding the fumes from baseball season, so it takes me a while to really get in the mix when it comes to college basketball. But I will say that Ben McCollum has done a great job at Iowa. Like, what a hire from Drake. And that Bennett Sturts is already on his way to becoming one of the best players in the Big Ten. He's probably going to be all Big Ten this season. I kind of like Iowa. This is going to be a very interesting contrast in styles where, you know, previously Iowa liked to play at a fast pace and go up and down the court. That is not the case this year. They really slowed things down. So the challenge for Michigan State is, can they keep enough of an up-tempo game? Can they force their pace to get Iowa out of its comfort zone? I don't know if that's going to happen. So maybe a letdown spot for Michigan State after that big win against Carolina. It is in East Lansing, and I love a Tom Izzo team, so I'm not going to talk you off of the Spartans, but I kind of feel like we're not giving Iowa enough credit yet for how good they can be, or at least how good they are this season compared to how they were last year. So I think I would lean Hawkeyes here.
Oh, well, then we're on the same side because I like Iowa.
Okay.
I think maybe the case, just to play the other side just for a minute, if you do like Michigan State, there's certainly things to like because this is certainly going to be the best defense that Iowa has faced. And again, I feel like home court advantage matters, especially when you're facing a defense that's going to be relentless like Michigan State. I do think it's tough to look at this team and be like, oh, it's going to be a letdown spot because when you're coached by somebody who has so much experience and who is a great motivator like Tom Izzo is, I don't think letdown spots are as much of a factor.
It's fair.
But like the main takeaway for me is that I just feel like it's too many points when you're talking about a line that's already gone to 6.5, because Michigan State is not a team that is probably going to run up the score. Like they're a team that's defensive minded. And let's see what the total is on this one. So like my point being is that I think it's going to be lower scoring. So points are at a premium. Same concept as like betting in the NFL. So the total in this one, 134.5. So odds makers are expecting, you know, a slower pace and some defense to rule the roost, especially for Michigan State. So I think for that reason, you could be on Iowa as well and not be like, hey, I don't not believe in Michigan State. I just think it's going to be lower scoring.
I mean, I think that's totally fair. So I would look at the under as well. And I just love, I mean, it's hard for me to pick against Michigan State. Did you see that video last week? I think I retweeted it. Not that you're following my feed or anything, but it was such an awesome moment. And it's like, why haven't you seen every post that I've made on my feed, Chelsea? But it was an awesome teaching moment. Like Tom Izzo is one of the best teachers in college basketball. He's obviously a legend. And it was so cool where one of his players was on the bench with him and they were having a disagreement. Like the player was saying, but this was happening. You were trying to read their lips, like what exactly was being said. And the player was making a passionate argument. This is why this happened. And Tom Izzo, you could see him go, okay, but listen. And then Tom Izzo explains to his player, this is why I'm looking at it this way. And all of a sudden the player kind of leaned back and nodded his head like, okay, I get it now. And Tom Izzo puts his arm around his player and kind of rubs his head a little bit. And it was this awesome moment where you're seeing a passionate discussion, a basketball discussion with respect, and then in the end, them coming together. So it's hard for me to fade Izzo and the Spartans because I just love the type of coach he is. But I still like Iowa tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they can still win the game and just not cover the number. Because, like, that's what I'm kind of implying here is that it's just going to be a lower scoring game. And so when you have a 2-possession spread, borderline 3, that it's just a lot of points to cover, especially against a very good Iowa offense. All right, next up, let's go to Duke and Florida. The number 4 Blue Devils laying 7 points. Depending on where you get it, this line is fluctuating a lot, where we have 8.5 at some shops as well. So if you like Florida, grab that 8.5. If you like Duke, grab the 7 at home at some other spots. So we know Duke is supremely talented. Of course, Florida coming off winning a national championship, but they've already lost some games so far this season. This is a big line, and it's another home team that's laying a good chunk of points. But if anybody can do this, I feel like it's probably Duke, because they have such a good offense, a top 5 offense. We think they can pile on the points, so I would lean with the Blue Devils to cover against the Gators at home. All right, coming up next, time to switch gears back to the NFL. It's a Teaser Tuesday as I give you my favorite teaser legs in the NFL. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we are back. It's time to get back to the NFL, the behemoth that rules atop the sports landscape. Because we do have college hoops, we do have college football, but of course we have to dedicate some time to the NFL. So in this segment, we'll get to my favorite teaser legs. And Jenks, I am happy to report that last week's teaser was a winner. And now I'm looking at some of my teasers and I'm like, Chelsea, why don't you just play these outright? Like, these would have been winners, just outright ATS. So last week we had the Texans plus 10.5 at the Colts. That was an outright win. Didn't even need the points. Chargers -4 against the Raiders. That was a win. And Bengals plus 13 against the Ravens, which was another outright winner. So if you're wondering, the juice or the odds on these is 3 teams plus 140. It is not quite the return on investment that you used to get when it came to teasers, because I think these are way more popular now. But it's still one of my favorite ways to play the NFL, because the perception is that you look at the NFL and you're like, okay, these are the sharpest lines of any sport across the board. So let's play on that. If these lines are super sharp, if you give me 6 points in one direction, I should be able to nail some of these. Now, easier said than done, but I do think it is one of my favorite ways to play. So, again, I've got 3 lined up, but I do have 2 other candidates that could be ready to substitute at any moment. Kind of like those commercials where you see, who is it, like Mitch Trubisky or somebody who like tags in. Oh, yeah. I love those commercials. I wish those guys were actually available, especially the one with like the talk with the birds and bees. Have you seen that one?
No.
Where I don't know if I want an NFL quarterback coming to talk to like my 12-year-old about how babies are made.
No, you don't. Deshaun Watson's here. No thanks. Slam the door. Pause. No thank you. You want someone like, you know what, Max Brosmer. He's not going to have a job for long. Let Max come over and pivot into a different career. Why not? But yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily the great role that you want for an NFL quarterback to come over and educate your children in that way. No.
Even though if it's somebody, I think the candidates would be Tyrod Taylor. He feels like a stand-up guy.
Yeah.
And Marcus Mariota. Like, I don't know how much of interactions you've had with him, but he was, like, beloved in Nashville. Like, he was one of those guys that was, like, really active in the community.
Yeah.
And as far as, like, his personality goes, like, nobody faulted him on that. It was the fact that Titans offense was averaging, like, 18 points per game. But, like, of those 2 people, or of the NFL backup quarterbacks, those are the 2 that I would tag in.
Oh, Marcus is awesome. Like, he's such a good dude. And he's one of those classic locker room guys who he had a nice NFL career. Certainly didn't meet the expectations coming out of Oregon, but he's done a great job for the Commanders this season. And he's one of those locker room presences where you talk to anyone, they're like, we want this guy, not only because he can play, but we want him as a part of the culture here. And even Jaden Daniels has said, like, I love having Marcus here. I love leaning on him, learning from him, having him around. And so I agree. Of the guys, if you wanted to, or if you had to choose someone to have that conversation, that might be your guy.
Yeah, based on some of the previous tweets, I don't think Mitch Trubisky is the guy that I want tagging in for my life decisions. I don't even know if I can say it on here, but he does have some funny old tweets if you Google that. But I think that's the personality that you kind of have to have if you're a backup quarterback, because obviously you're not, dazzling everybody with your skills alone. Like, you also have to be somebody that people want around the team. Yeah. So you can't be like a big personality that is a, quote, clubhouse cancer if you're going to be a backup quarterback.
Right. And it's one of the most important jobs in the NFL. And I think we've learned, like we were talking about this yesterday on the Commanders pod, which is when you look across the league, and I hate to just crush Max Brosmer here, but my point is you should definitely appreciate someone like Marcus Mariota or someone like a Tyrod Taylor or someone like that, because if you look at the backups around the league and how bad it can be, appreciate your backup quarterback, because it is difficult to find 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL. That's impossible, much less a backup that can do the job effectively and can be a positive part of the locker room. So, yeah, we very much appreciate him here. No question about it.
Yeah, and if you can't get Jameis Winston, I guess he's the next best option because it's so funny to me that Jameis Winston is still stealing the spotlight. Like, even last night when he was, like, pointing where the ball was, he reminds me of, like, those character actors in movies where it's like Steve Buscemi, and, like, every time he's in a movie, he just steals the spotlight. So if we're going to talk about backup quarterbacks, I wanted to at least slide in Jameis Winston because what a king he is.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Jenks, without further ado, let's get to Teaser Tuesday.
Chelsea is such a teaser.
All right, it's time to play Who Ruins My Teaser, because usually it's somebody, even though last week and the week before we have won the previous 2 tries. So here's what we got on deck for this week. We're going to start off with one of the best teams in the National Football Conference, and we're going to go with the Seahawks laying a 1.5 on the road at the Atlanta Falcons. I will say this, the Falcons are a team that I feel like are kind of tough to trust either way, because most of the time they look pretty mid or terrible. But occasionally they'll pull out a good game out of nowhere. Like, remember they beat the Bills earlier this season, I believe. But I still feel very confident in a Seahawks team that's one of the best defenses in the NFL and one of the best offenses with one of the best receivers in the NFL in JSN. Next up, we're going to go to the Texans getting 9.5 on the road at Kansas City. I understand people look at the Chiefs and they still believe that there is a glimmer of hope that the Chiefs could still possibly win a Super Bowl, but we're standing at December 2nd. How long are we leaving the light on for Kansas City? And plus, they can still win this game, but I don't think it's going to be 9.5 points decided in this one, especially with the way that the Texans defense is playing. And then finally, this one is up for debate because it's a divisional matchup and it makes me a little nervous, but the Rams coming off a loss, don't you think we see a better effort? So I'm going to go with the Rams lay a 2.5 on the road at Arizona. Arizona still not sure what's going on with Kyler Murray. I think he has cleared the protocol, but they're like, he's not ready yet. And we're like, okay, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Maybe you don't want him out there. Yeah. So that is the teaser, Jenks. Seahawks laying a 1.5 at the Falcons, Texans plus 9.5 at Kansas City, and the Rams laying 2.5 on the road at Arizona. So the big question is, who ruins my teaser?
Oh, man. This is always tough for me because I always love your teasers. And it hit last week. I would say maybe Kansas City because now they're in pure desperation mode, which you could have said last week against the Cowboys. But now Kansas City truly cannot slip up at all. And the Texans have an otherworldly defense, but they don't necessarily move the ball on offense. So if there's ever a time for the Chiefs at Arrowhead to put it all together and say it is win and it is dominate from this point forward, it's the only way for us to make the postseason. This is it. So I would say Kansas City. If I had to pick one, it's the Chiefs.
All right. So here's the question now is that I have a couple of other candidates who are receiving votes to take the verbiage from college football and college basketball that we could substitute if you don't like the Texans getting 9.5. So we have either the Broncos laying a 1.5 at the Raiders. How much do you trust the Broncos to not play in a close game? Or you could go Bucks laying 2.5 at the Saints, which again, divisional matchup, but I feel pretty strongly with that one. So of those two, would you substitute either of those in?
I would say Broncos minus 1.5 taking on the Raiders. I mean, come on. The Broncos don't necessarily blow teams out, but the Raiders are so bad. I'm looking at the Bucks too. I mean, Bucks laying 2.5 against the Saints at home. That's another good one. Maybe the Bucks at home because sometimes the Broncos just kind of eke out wins, but I don't. These are two terrible teams. I like both of these. I can't decide.
Yeah.
Maybe you go with the Bucks because they're at home as opposed to the Broncos going into Vegas. But even then, I don't think it's that big of a deal. The Broncos are so much better than the Raiders. The Raiders have nothing to play for. The Saints have nothing to play for. I mean, either one of these work.
Or you could just do all of them or do multiple teasers. Because that's always
You could do
an
that?
option. Oh, I was just seeing what. Oh, the Texans. No, that's still 9.5. So let's see what this teaser would be. I don't think I've done a 5-leg teaser. It's plus 333. So if you want that option, that's certainly there because, Jenks, we talk about this a lot on the show. Like some weeks, there are more teaser leg options than others because for me, a lot of it is the number that you get it at. So you want favorites of 7.5 to 8.5 points, or you want dogs of like 1.5 to 2.5 because you want to go through as many key numbers as possible. I want to ask you about this one because this one crossed my mind, but I don't really want to trust either of these teams. So the Commanders are favored against the Vikings this week on the road, laying 1.5. So if you think the Vikings have a chance, you could get them at getting 7.5 points at home. How do we feel about the Commanders right now?
They're in an interesting spot where, look, they're not going to play for any sort of postseason berth. That is way long gone. They've been mathematically eliminated, so even that's not a possibility. But it looks like Jaden Daniels is going to return. And, look, we have seen improvement, right? Like, since Dan Quinn took over the play calling on that defense, they weren't as good against the Broncos as they were against the Dolphins in Madrid, despite both of those games being losses. But we are seeing improvement where the defense is not a sieve. And now we're seeing reports that DQ could take over play calling next season when it comes to the defense, which that's his background. So that would totally make sense. But we're seeing a team that has not quit, a team that continues to be competitive. And look, for a while there, it looked like there's a possibility they just might call it a season. They have not done that. So these have been some excruciating losses, particularly over the past 2 games going to overtime. But they are being competitive. They're fighting. I don't care if J.J. McCarthy's in the Vikings lineup or not. And they're going to get a boost on that offense with Jaden Daniels back and Terry McLaurin is back as well. So I actually like the Commanders this week.
Yeah, and the oddsmakers do as well. I was kind of surprised to see him favored on the road, but here we sit. Commanders 1.5 favorites against the Vikings. All right, coming up next, it's Hour 3, our biggest lessons that we've learned in the NFL. But first, we got to talk college football with Hunt Palmer out of 104.5 ESPN in Baton Rouge. It's next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
There we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got the whole crew here. Max, Double D, D-Day. Coming up in our final hour, we will find out the latest on Lane Kiffin and LSU as we bring in Hunt Palmer from 104.5 ESPN in Baton Rouge. In 20 minutes, back to what we saw on Monday Night Football in Foxborough with the Patriots getting it done again and the Giants embarrassing themselves. Our best bets head your way at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. If you want to join us, it's easy to do. Just download the Valley Sports Live app or find us on valleysportslive.com. Back to college football we go. Lane Kiffin, the new head coach of the LSU Tigers after signing that 7-year, $91 million contract, incentive-laden. So to talk about it, we bring in Hunt Palmer, host of the Hunt Palmer Show on 104.5 ESPN in Baton Rouge. Hunt, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. And we know LSU has their man. Was this decision closer than people realized, or was the feeling there that LSU would eventually win out?
It became clearer and clearer that LSU was going to win out. I think as of a month ago, Lane Kiffin probably thought he would be the Florida coach. I think that LSU came open and reached out to Jimmy Sexton, his agent, and then he started to realize that that could be a possibility. I think Ole Miss was going to be a tough sell because that's as tough as it could possibly be to leave Ole Miss when you're 11-1 and have a playoff home game coming up, and he still left. So that tells me he knew that he wanted to move on to what he considered to be a better job. And once LSU and Florida became the two options, he spoke with some people. He mentioned them yesterday, Pete Carroll and Lane Kiffin, and said that everybody that he talked to said that LSU was the one that he needed to take. And so it became clear probably a week and a half ago that LSU was the front runner. He just wanted to coach that team in the playoff. He wanted to coach Ole Miss in the playoff, and when that became impossible, that's when he decided to get on the plane.
So what's the reception like locally? Like, I would imagine people are celebrating, obviously, bringing Lane Kiffin to Baton Rouge, but are they already celebrating, future national championships? Have they already decided that Lane Kiffin is the guy, he is the home run hire, and have people already started counting the championships?
I guess that depends on who you talk to. In this town, when you hire a new football coach or you hire a new baseball coach, the thought is that coach is here to win national championships. That's the expectation in Baton Rouge. You hire a new men's basketball coach, they don't start talking about national championships. That hasn't happened here, and it's not something that people talk about. But in those two sports, baseball and certainly football, that's the expectation. And so when you listen to LSU fans talk, if you can go and average 10 wins a season over the last 5 years. Well, she's got 50 wins at Ole Miss over the last 5 years, and 10 wins is what we believe to be the threshold to get into the playoff. Now, we'll see if Vanderbilt gets left out this year. It looks like it's going to be a little bit different, but you can get to 10 wins at LSU. The thought is that you're going to be in the playoff. You're in the playoff, you've got a chance to do it. So, yeah, that's the expectation. I don't know if that's Lane Kiffin related. In fact, I know that it's not. But when you bring in a new coach, yes, the expectation is to win them.
Hunt, when you look at LSU's roster right now, and they certainly have plenty of talent, how close are they to being back in the national title mix? And the portal changes everything, NIL changes everything. We know the commitment is there, but I would think that they're not too far away.
The roster that took the field against Oklahoma is a long way away because, one, they lost 5 games this year, and two, most of that roster from a starter perspective is leaving. They spent a ton of money in the transfer portal on guys who are either out of eligibility or have eyes on the NFL. So once you look at if everybody just moved on from this current roster, you'd be a long way away. But we know now that the transfer portal can cure that, and a high school signing class can help with that. And Lane Kiffin has already hit the ground running. He was on campus on Sunday evening when his plane landed, and they had 3 high school recruits show up then, and it went dead yesterday. You can't visit high school recruits now until signing day tomorrow. So he will – LSU's only lost 2 commitments from this high school class. They'll try to keep that together. And then once the portal opens in January, we'll see what happens. We know that oftentimes when coaches leave one place to go to another, a lot of players follow them. Well, Ole Miss is trying to maintain a lot of that roster by promoting DJ Durkin to the full-time head coach, keeping that entire defensive staff and what they can on offense. Maybe there's not as big a defection from Oxford to Baton Rouge, but then you got to go shopping in the transfer portal. Lane Kiffin talked about the plan that LSU has financially to do that, and we know that he's got a ton of experience, and he doesn't have to get ready for a bowl game. He's not coaching the bowl game, so he can focus all of his attention right now on the signing class for tomorrow, putting a staff together over the next 3 weeks, and then making sure that there's a plan in place when the transfer portal does open in the first week of January. And then you'll see how close you are. It's not about really building a program anymore in collegiate athletics. It's about building a team, and then you build the next team, and then you build the next team, because everybody's a free agent come December. So right now it's hard for me to tell you how close the roster is to a national championship roster, but we'll see in the middle of January what they've been able to do from a talent acquisition standpoint, and then you'll have a better idea.
Obviously, we're still in the honeymoon stage because Lane Kiffin just got to Baton Rouge. But what are the concerns about Lane Kiffin as a coach and what he brings to this program? Like, can you think of any negatives?
Well, Lane Kiffin has never been an elite high school recruiter. He was not that when he was a coordinator, and he was not that as a head coach, but he's never been the head coach at LSU. He was head coach at USC and did a good job there until it fell apart completely the last year, and he got fired on the tarmac. But the exits have been sloppy, and that's not on anybody's mind here in Baton Rouge because the entrance is 24 hours old. But as far as him on the field and as far as his ability to win games and produce points, I mean, he's had a top 16 offense every year at Ole Miss and a top 8 all but 1 year. He's led the country in passing. He's finished second in the country in rushing. I mean, there's a lot of positive with what comes with him on the field. I think the negative is probably a little bit on the public image side, based on the fact that he's now kind of thought of nationally as a bit of a villain. But if you win games in Baton Rouge, nobody really cares. So that's the other side of it. It's too early right now, I think, for negatives or huge concerns. But you realize you're going against a very, very high bar, high expectations. The bottom never fell out under Brian Kelly here, but he didn't win championships, so he was gone in 3.5 years. So it's the standard at LSU more so than any specific concern with Lane Kiffin.
We're talking with Hunt Palmer, who is host of the Hunt Palmer Show on 104.5 ESPN in Baton Rouge. You mentioned Brian Kelly, and, there are myriad reasons why a head coach doesn't work out at any particular university. But in your mind, what was the primary reason why Brian Kelly just wasn't the right fit or couldn't get it done in Baton Rouge?
It's tough. My opinion on it is that he did not put the proper staff in place at one point. When he took the job, the offensive staff he put together produced one of the best offenses in school history and the best offense in the country. But with that, he hired Matt House and a defensive staff that produced the worst statistical defense in LSU history. So then he bought that staff out and brought in a new defensive staff under Blake Baker with Corey Raymond and Kevin Peoples and Jake Olson and those position guys, and they were very good on defense this year. Just 2 years later, after the worst defense they'd ever fielded, they were very good on defense. And with that, because he let Mike Denbrock walk to Notre Dame and promoted Joe Sloan as offensive coordinator, for the first time in program history, LSU did not score 25 points or more against a single FBS team. So the offense cratered. He was unable, because he's coordinator dependent on both sides of the ball. Like, Lane Kiffin is not coordinator dependent on offense. He's going to run the offense. He's very coordinator dependent on defense. You've got to get that right. That's the other side. but he's going to handle the offense. Brian Kelly doesn't have one of those. He's got to make sure his coordinators on both sides are up to standard. And he got a great offensive staff for 2 years, and he got a great defensive staff for 2 years. They did not line up, and because they didn't line up, you were incompetent on one side of the ball, and it cost you a lot of games. And I think that's ultimately the biggest reason. You will hear about rounds of golf. You will hear about lack of recruiting, lack of commitment, lack of effort. And I can't speak directly to that. I think a little bit of that is overblown. I especially think the golf thing is overblown. But I think that the coordinator thing is very much black and white. You can see the guys he hired. You can see the statistics in the product on the field. And his inability to mesh great coordinators on both sides of the ball, great position coach on both sides of the ball, ultimately cost him his job.
I know we've already talked about some of the negatives for Lane Kiffin, and there's not many, but do you think it's a valid concern that Lane Kiffin comes to LSU with no national championships, and he hasn't even won an SEC title when the expectations are this high? Because we've seen this in college football. You can have these great statistics, you can be a great recruiter, but if you don't win the big game, you're out on the job market. So do you think that is a valid concern with Lane Kiffin, that he hasn't won the biggest of games just yet?
Probably not, because you can't hire Kirby Smart. You probably can't hire Dabo Swinney. You cannot hire Ryan Day. You probably can't hire Dan Lanning. So you can't hire someone who's won a national championship or has won a conference championship at the highest level. Like they're not out there. So you've got to hire the next best thing. And Lane Kiffin took a program at Ole Miss that has never played for the SEC championship. They started that game in 1992. There are 3 teams in that 12-team version of the SEC that have never made it: Kentucky, Vanderbilt, and Ole Miss. That's it. And Ole Miss, he got them to 11-1 this year and lost the tiebreaker to Georgia and Alabama. And he would have gotten them to the playoff. And if the 12-team playoff had existed for the last 4 years, he would have made 3 of them. So he's reached levels at Ole Miss that were not possible previously. No one had done since the 50s. So I understand that, and certainly LSU hired a coach previously that won more games than anybody in the history of Notre Dame football, which is a pretty big deal, that had gotten to the playoff, that had gotten to the national final, and he didn't get it done. There are no sure things in coaching, but you're not able to hire one at this juncture. There is not a person who's proven that he can win national championships somewhere else that you can bring to Baton Rouge, because there just aren't a lot of coaches out there that have won national championships.
Hunt, before we let you go, a couple minutes here before we go to break, but what is the level of excitement? I would imagine LSU fans, and it's always the honeymoon period, but they got their guy.
Yeah, it's big. It's very high. There's a lot of respect in this town and in the fan base for the offensive acumen that Lane Kiffin has. And people in Baton Rouge and Louisiana have watched Ole Miss for decades be the runt of the SEC West along with Mississippi State. And now you see how intimidating they can be. And LSU has lost 2 out of 3 to Ole Miss, and probably should have been 3 out of 3 to Ole Miss. And he's a guy that has a ton of experience, that has a proven track record of success at a lot of places. He won 2 conference championships at Florida Atlantic, who had just started football and haven't done anything outside of his time there. He transformed Alabama's offense under Nick Saban with Blake Sims at quarterback, and converted running back, and set passing records there. And obviously has done a great job at Ole Miss, and he hasn't done it with a ton of NFL draft picks. And the thought is that at LSU, you can get a lot of those just outside the front door where you can recruit South Louisiana. So it's very, very high. It probably would have been high no matter the hire. Brian Kelly was met with a little bit of a mixed message, but that cleaned up in year 1 when he beat Alabama, and everybody thought LSU was on the road to taking over the SEC from Nick Saban. That didn't happen. It's a fan base, like many, that gets really excited just about every time something happens like this. New hires are meant to bring hope and excitement. This one certainly qualifies, but now the job starts for Lane Kiffin, and he's got to go out there and build a staff and build a first roster and go win a lot of football games. So the story will tell itself.
He's Hunt Palmer, host of the Hunt Palmer Show on 104.5 ESPN in Baton Rouge. Follow him on X at Hunt Palmer88. Hunt, great insight this morning. Thanks for being with us.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
You bet. That's always how it is when the new hire is made in college football. Oh, this is our guy. We've all been through that, right? Your team finally gets a new head coach. You're like, oh, this is it. This is who we've been waiting for. And then the games start, and you never know.
Or they win a national championship, and then like 2 years later, they're like, we hate this guy. It's like, oh, because he didn't win another national championship. But like, that's college football. Like, it's wild. It's what have you done for me lately? And if we don't have a trophy, get the hell out.
Right. No. The honeymoon period always kills me. And I mean, I get sucked into it like everyone else. Every new hire that's made, you think this is the guy. But I do think it's a really good hire for LSU. And Lane, unlike a lot of coaches in the sport, has really evolved over the past couple of years, and I think he's going to get it done. Coming up next on the show, well, the Giants did not get it done. New England has made it 10 straight, and they took care of the G-Men last night on Monday Night Football. We'll talk about it next with the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Here's the Daily Tip on BetMGM Network. All right. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Mike Vrabel achieved glory as a player in New England, and now he is doing the same as head coach. How much does it grind your gears to see Mike Vrabel and what he's doing with the Patriots? Does it make you angry at the Titans or at Mike Vrabel?
I just feel like this is a part of my fandom now, because first it was watching Derrick Henry walk out the door. Even before that, it was watching A.J. Brown get traded. And even at a college level, like I went to NC State and I have to watch Casey Concepcion run all over the field for Texas A&M after transferring away from my Wolfpack. So it's one of those things where it's just like, you look at teams like the Patriots and you're like, I wonder what that feels like to be a part of a great fandom where you actually win things and your players don't go to better teams because your team is so terrible. So I wish I could say that my gears were grinded, but at the end of the day, I just feel like I am so cynical and jaded. There's just another check mark on the list of being a Titans and an NC State fan.
That's just the way that it goes. I get that. And you know what? At some point, you'll turn things around. Let me ask you this before we pivot to this game, but I am curious. You know, you asked me about the Commanders on a regular basis, and I'd love to know your take on the Titans. Are they a couple of years away? Are they misaligned? Do they have an ownership issue? Is it a management issue? Is it just a matter of time? Like, where do they stand as someone who follows that team on a regular basis and is close to the fire?
It feels like a team that you shouldn't trust because of the front office. And we see several of these teams across the NFL where it doesn't matter if you have a good quarterback. It doesn't matter if you have talent. If you're not good from the top down or you're not making good decisions, it feels like you just don't have a chance. Like, look at teams like Cleveland. And look at like the New York teams where it just feels like no matter what talent they have on the field, they'll find a way to botch it. And now it feels like the Titans sit in that category as well.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way. Sometimes it just takes a shakeup or something different to get your team back on the right track. But you got a new stadium coming up, so that's, you know, that'll be nice when it's done. When is it scheduled to be done, by the way? Like, it's on its way, right?
Yeah, they already have like the base layer, but I don't know. Like construction, you know, takes forever. So I am not sure on the date. I would have to Google it, but it's not going to change the product on the field. Like that's the problem. Like it's exciting for the city because it means maybe we'll get like a college football playoff game or like some better bowl game. But for the Titans, like we still have to improve the product. And I think it's really disappointing when you think it's the ownership. Because here's the thing, like owning an NFL team is one of the best business ventures you could possibly, you know, fall face first into. So I don't think anybody's going to be selling the team anytime soon. And like Amy Adams Strunk is not like a bad person. She's not Dan Snyder. It's just, I don't know. I don't want to peg it all on her, but it's just some of the hires have been terrible. She's not a bad person. The culture's not bad. It's just, it feels like it's tough when you don't believe in the ownership.
No, I get that. It makes sense, and I have been there, done that, so I understand the frustration. Frustration for the Giants last night. Got absolutely killed by the Patriots, 33-15. Patriots laying 7.5. Patriots minus 375 on the money line. Total set at 46 and a hook. The over hits, and New England gets it done early on special teams.
Into week 13, Gillen hits it. And the return by Marcus Jones. He can fly. Still going. Still going. No flags. Touchdown, Patriots.
That is Joe Buck on ESPN. Patriots go on top 10-0 after that 94-yard punt return. And the route was on. Drake May, 24 of 31, 282 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Trevion Henderson, 67 yards on the ground. Chelsea, The Patriots, I don't know why I'm yelling at you. Chelsea, Patriots have won 10 straight games for the first time since 2015. Mike Vrabel becomes only the third coach in NFL history with a streak of 10 or more wins in his first season with the team. The Patriots are the real deal.
Oh, absolutely. And it's been such a wild NFL season because it feels like we need so many weeks for these young teams to prove to us that they're good teams. And the opposite is true for some of these entrenched favorites where you look at the Chiefs and you're like, okay, well, it's December. Maybe they can figure it out with 5 games left on the slate. But like we're sitting at December 2nd. At the end of the day, like the Patriots just keep winning. So I think for the detractors, you sit there and say, okay, the season's almost over. Like how much time do you have left in the season to say, oh, this team's a fraud? I think when you watch Drake May, nobody's calling him a fraud because he's making all the throws, even the ones down the field. And it feels like this is a really complete team. Even last night, they had a special teams touchdown adding to the mix. And it feels like they can beat you in so many ways where it's not just Drake May having to throw for 300 yards. The run game can get going as well. Whether it's Travion Henderson, whether it's Ramondre Stevenson, it does not seem to matter. We saw that backfield basically split last night. So it just feels like a team that's complete and it's not overly reliant on like a great defense or a great offense. They're just a great overall team.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I know the Patriots were getting some run before the season where people were talking about, hey, New England could be a threat. New England could be a threat. They're putting it together. They have a great roster. They have a head coach who knows the culture there, who is part of that winning culture when the Patriots winning Super Bowls. Drake May is coming along, and we saw inklings of that early in the season. And I have to say, I didn't buy into it. I tend to stay away from teams that get that preseason hype, and they weren't crazy hyped, but compared to the rest of the division, you'd hear maybe they can give the Bills a run here. And I thought, come on, guys. But, man, they are playing complimentary football, even on special teams last night. This is a team that is a real threat. I still think maybe they're a year away, but maybe they're not. They've caught lightning in a bottle, and right now they are the favorites to win the AFC at plus 425. They're 11-1 to win the Super Bowl because the NFC is just stronger overall. But if you look at the AFC odds right now, it's Patriots, then the Broncos at plus 450, Bills at plus 450, Colts 7-1, Ravens and Chiefs 8-1 to win the AFC. These aren't bad odds. Would you put money on the Pats?
I think the better bet here, and I'm just checking the odds, is maybe for them to claim the number 1 overall seed because, the number 1 overall seed in the AFC, I should specify, because yesterday it was pretty much even with them and the Broncos. I would imagine this has shifted a bit, but that way you don't have to bank on them in the postseason because isn't that where the concerns start, is when you have a young quarterback and you say to yourself, okay, like he's been great in the regular season, but as we've seen, until you prove it in the postseason, it feels like a relative unknown. But 3 of the 4 teams that you mentioned as contenders in the AFC, we have the same questions about. So it's all relatively speaking to the rest of the field, and it just feels like one of those topsy-turvy years where if you say that about the Patriots, that, okay, maybe they're a year away, they don't have the postseason experience, you have to say that about some of these other teams as well, like the Broncos, who I know have postseason experience, but do you really think Bo Nix is the guy to trust for a team to win the AFC? We still have major questions about their offense. And then you look at the Colts, who seem to be fading down the stretch. Daniel Jones is not 100% healthy, and the Chiefs might not even make the postseason. So maybe you say, okay, the Bills are, the cream of the crop here when it comes to postseason experience. But if there's ever a year where you have a team that doesn't have the postseason experience that can truly win it, it does feel like the Patriots.
Yeah, it really does. And I'm just amazed by the development of Drake May. It's that perfect progression that you want to see in the NFL. It's the ideal progression, but that you don't always see because playing quarterback is so difficult at this level. Right now, he is the favorite to win the MVP at minus 120 at BetMGM. Matt Stafford right behind at plus 115, who has a great case as well. Disappointing loss against the Panthers, but he's right there in it. I mean, we saw the flashes the rookie year, last year, and then early in the season, I think it was, has anyone seen the deep ball that this guy throws? I mean, he has perfect arm talent, and now we're seeing him round into that full-fledged elite quarterback. Imagine winning the MVP in your second season in the NFL as a quarterback. And Mike Vrabel, I thought this was surprising. He said, I came to New England because of Drake. And certainly being a Patriot, knowing the Patriot way, being a part of that team had a lot to do with it. But you don't want to go somewhere and take a job if you don't have a franchise quarterback. And Vrabel said, yeah, I knew he was the guy, and now we're seeing it happen right in front of us.
Absolutely. And that absolutely makes a difference when you get a quarterback on a team that has some other good pieces around it. Because like I said, it's not just Drake May, it's the defense. It's everything about them. Even though you look at last night's game, and I don't think we learned too much from the Patriots beating up on a bad Giants team, but I do think it is damn impressive that the Patriots keep stringing together wins, because there is something to be said for that in the NFL, where we've seen it like this past week where the Rams stubbed their toe against the Panthers, and the Panthers played a great game, but I think we're all waiting for like this bad game to happen for the Patriots. Maybe it's already happened. Maybe it was one of those games where they still won, but just did not play up to their normal standards, like looking at that Bengals game where they only won that game by 6. But we keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like, it's December 2nd. There's only 4 games left.
Oh, man. I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, we're there. Like, we're past the point of who is this team? I love the phases of the NFL. You know, weeks 2, 3, 4, all these overreactions. This team sucks. This team is really good. And then mid-season, we're like, all right, now teams are starting to round into form. They're defining who they are. Their identities are taking shape. And now we know. Like, now teams are jockeying for playoff positioning. We know who teams are, and the Patriots are a damn good football team. The Giants are not. They lose for the 7th straight time. 3rd since firing Brian Dable. No real surprise. Jackson Dart returns to this game, returns to the league after missing 2 games because of a concussion. He goes 17 of 24, 139 yards, touchdown pass to Darius Slayton. But Chelsea, he continues to take these big hits. There's that one highlight where he's running towards the sideline. Clean play. But, I mean, he was decleated and then sent into the sideline, into the players, and maybe that's not a perfect example, but he kind of turned upfield instead of just going straight out of bounds, and he's got to learn to get on the ground, or his career is going to last like 3 or 4 years, and he's going to have those concussion issues like Tua Tagovailoa had, where it's going to affect his level of play. I understand when you're young and you're in the National Football League and you've got all sorts of talent, you feel like you're invincible, but he's naturally going to take a lot of hits because he's a quarterback for the Giants, okay? You will get your hits whether you like them or not. He's got to find a way to be smarter in that aspect.
Well, especially this year when you're playing for nothing.
Right.
Because I understand he is a dynamic runner, and that is part of what has made him successful thus far in the NFL, is that he is a shifty guy and a hard guy to tackle. Wasn't the case last night. That tackle was pretty dead on. But it's the accumulation of hits. And here's the thing. If you want to last in the NFL as a quarterback, you got to learn to be more of a pocket passer, and that's fine. We've seen guys do it. We've seen it with Lamar Jackson, which is a wild transition from what we saw in college to now. Last year he put up some of the best passing numbers we've seen in years. And he still didn't win the MVP because Josh Allen was that good as well. But my point being is that if you want to be the face of this franchise, you have to be on the field. And whether it's concussions or other injuries, because that's the thing. If you're running all over the place and you don't have great protection, you're going to sustain all kinds of injuries. So we've already seen it this year, especially in a year where like your team is not playing for the postseason. So maybe just hold off on some of those runs.
Yes, just a little bit. And it was really fascinating listening to his quote after the game where he goes, I'm not playing soccer out there. You're going to get hit. It's like, yes, I know. But don't take those unnecessary hits, especially early on when he's already taken so many. He came back from sitting out 2 games because of a concussion. I mean, I don't know how many more times you need to sit out because of a head injury to know that maybe you need to change the way you play the game. I don't know if it's learning to slide. And he knows how to slide. I just think he doesn't want to do it. But Man, as good as the Patriots are, the Giants are a complete opposite. Doesn't matter if Brian Dable is there or not. They are just a mess.
Yeah, speaking of a mess, the worst play in this entire game might be the most embarrassing play I've ever seen.
Yes.
The Giants kicker missing the ball entirely and kicking the ground. I've literally never seen that.
I have not either. Didn't even touch the ball. It was like trying to watch one of those college kids on game day take a field goal. Oh, no. Except worse. Didn't even touch the ball. Giants football. Catch the fever. Coming up next for both teams, Giants and Patriots, each on the bye. Coming up next, best bets are ready to go. And yes, the Dogster is here. That's all coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger on a Tuesday. Come on, Double D. A little something. There we go. Woo, trying to get myself going. I don't know why I can't wake up this morning. You know how it is. You have an extra day off, and then you go from the regular, I'm sleeping in a little bit, to all of a sudden I'm up at 3:45 or up at 4 a.m. It just takes a while to get back in the groove. So that's what I'm doing.
I feel like my body's just confused. It's like, wait, what are we doing?
Huh?
This is the middle of the night, but I don't know. How awake do you ever feel doing this show? Like, it always feels like a fever dream to me because I don't know about you, but I take a nap after this show.
Yeah.
And then I live like my normal, like, stay-at-home mom life where it's like, was that whole career just a dream?
Well, pretty soon you can sleep in all you want. But it just takes a while. It just takes a while to kind of like get back in the groove. Even though I've had like a whole thing of coffee. I miss Roger. Where's Roger? Because I went in this morning to pour myself a cup from the big vat of coffee he always makes. And you know what I got? Slop. You know, that whole like syrupy drip. I'm like, oh, nope. We're not going to do that. There's something about Roger's coffee. It's like when I go out and do the Commanders. They have like a Starbucks machine, which is awesome, like with the coffee beans in it. And so it's like, nah, this. So I just like pour out whatever gross coffee I made at home, my Folgers or whatever, and I make a huge thing of Starbucks, and it's so good. I don't know what Roger puts in his. I think it's just that special Roger magic.
Yeah, the MVP of Odyssey.
Really?
So you can't make your own? Like, is the machine at the station? Like, can you bring in your own coffee and be like, I don't know what this slop is, but I'm putting my own in and making my own pot of coffee. Can you do that?
You can. I mean, I can make it at home. So, you know, it's not that big of a deal. I can make my own pot of coffee. It's just not the same. I feel like I was going to say I'm not good at making coffee, but it's the most basic thing in the world. Maybe I'm just not getting it strong enough. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just need more of it. I don't understand what it is. I think I just like someone else to make it for me. Maybe because I'm a child.
No, I think that's fair. Like, I always make coffee at home, and I get these, like, new exciting flavors. I'm like, I'm not going to need to go to Starbucks. Right. And you know what I still do during the week? I still go to Starbucks or whatever coffee chain because it always tastes better at, like, those boutique-y places. And here's the other weird thing. I feel like coffee that we make at home tastes good when I make a full pot. But when I try to make a single cup, I don't know if it's like the ratio is off, but I can never get that right.
Oh, I'm the same way. I always make it too strong. What is your strategy? You're a coffee drinker, right? You're iced coffee guy.
Yeah, this is cold coffee. So what I have today is pretty basic. We got an Advent Nespresso calendar at the house.
Okay, nice.
This was day 2 or day 3. We started early because we have a trip coming up.
Nice.
I want to make sure we hit all of them. But this was 3. This was day 3 of the Nespresso Advent calendar. So you make it beforehand, put a little syrup, put a little creamer in, store it in the fridge so it's nice and cold and ready. And therefore, it is always the perfect cup.
Sounds great. The perfect
I'll always
cup.
think of, who is it, Penelope Cruz that's on those, like, Nespresso commercials? She's like, Nespresso. And it's like all fancy things. I feel like they get like the best actors to advertise for Nespresso. I think they also have George Clooney.
Oh, yeah. And they have someone else, too. It's Clooney, it's Penelope Cruz, and someone else. I used to have an espresso machine, but it got too expensive.
What happened?
I sold it. I just got rid of it. Like, it's awesome coffee, but I was trying to cut costs. And And especially if you drink a ton of coffee. Like for me, I'm always drinking coffee, which is something I'd like to get away from at some point. But when you're always drinking coffee and you're always putting expensive pods in an espresso machine, it's just like, it's amazing coffee. But then I'm like, I'm spending a ton of money on these pods every month. And I finally just had to say, I can't do it.
I feel like my coffee expenses are none of my business. As a millennial, I just feel like that's one of those things where it's a life expense.
Right. Well, I say
Whatever
this.
It costs.
Right. I say this, and then what will I do? Before I go to have a doctor's appointment this afternoon, I will run home and I will grab an iced coffee from around the corner, which will cost me like $7. So I don't even know why I'm complaining. Like I'm being a big hypocrite right now.
Yeah, just don't track it. It's none of your business.
That's right. What I do is none of my business. Do you think I'm going to be accountable for my actions, the money I spend, how I treat other people? Absolutely not. Could not care less. I'll tell you what I do care about. Winning some money. Not our best night last night, but we're back at it. So let's find out who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Early in the week, what is it, a Tuesday, December 2nd? Whoa. Give me a winner.
All right, best bet is going to be in college hoops today. Going to go with the dog in UC San Diego and Nevada. So UCSD is getting 4.5 points here. UCSD has been on an absolute tear. Sometimes I like to peek over at the College Insider Mid-Major Top 25 poll to see if there are any mid-majors who are making waves early in the season. UC San Diego is one of those, ranked 11th in that College Insider mid-major poll and standing at a perfect 7-0. During their Thanksgiving break, they went to a tournament at Disney World and shot the absolute lights out. Shot 51% from the three-point line over the entirety of the tournament. Right now, one of the best shooting teams in all of college hoops, the second best field goal percentage of any team in college basketball. And also, they've been good as underdogs this year. A perfect 3-0 outright as dogs. Meanwhile, you look at Nevada, and it feels like the mark has been a little too high on the Wolfpack this year. Just 3-5 against the number. And plus, it just feels to me, if UCSD keeps shooting the way that they shoot, even on neutral courts, because keep that in mind, when they went to that tournament, it wasn't their home court, it was different rims. I feel like it's going to be tough for Nevada to keep up. So especially when they're getting 4.5 points, let's go UC San Diego getting 4.5 on the road at Nevada.
All right. Good luck to you. I am going with a little hockey, a little stick and puck. How about that? Stars in the money line tonight. Minus 130 taking on the Rangers at the Garden. Now we're seeing minus 135 at BetMGM. I found it at minus 130. Here's the thing. Early in the season, I was not big on the Rangers, but they were good to me last year. And you know how it is. You'll have a team or someone you back on a player prop, and that'll carry over into the next season. And so that's what I did with the Blue Shirts. It did not work out. They have been really bad when playing at the Garden. 2-8-1 this season. They're only averaging 2.63 goals per game. Now you've got the Stars in town. The Stars, one of the best teams in hockey, and they have been road warriors. 9-1-3 on the season, and they've won 4 straight, and the Rangers are awful at home. This is an absolute fair price on a favorite and a team that is much better than the Rangers, who just have not gotten it done at the Garden. Let's go Stars minus 130 on the money line.
Yeah, why would you take the Rangers? As somebody who follows hockey very closely, I have no idea. I don't think I've bet on a single hockey game this year. I think the Predators are bad, which is upsetting as well, because like we don't have the Titans who are good, but sometimes you can say, oh, well, we'll go to Preds games. Those are more fun anyway. Yeah. And the Preds aren't good either. Like from the 2 seconds of research that sometimes I flip on the local news and they're like, the Preds lost again. So that's my hockey expertise for the day. You're welcome.
Can I get you before the end of the year to bet on one hockey game? One. Ooh. I've been begging for 4.5 years. One bet. One. I don't care if it hits. I don't care how ridiculous it sounds. I will humor you and act like it's the greatest bet in the history of sports wagering. Just one hockey bet until the end of December. You have time.
Well, I have to check in on my team. Remember, I got that shirt on clearance at Lucky Bundle for like 10 cents about
you're an
the
Avs
Colorado
fan.
Avalanche.
You love the
I'm an
Avs.
Avs fan. Duh. I was just checking up on them. 18-1
They're
and
awesome.
6.
Yeah.
First in the Central Division. Those are my people.
Well, that's why you got the hoodie. You nailed it from the very
They're
jump.
minus 325 today.
Yeah. Take it on the Nucks. I mean, the Avs have been unbelievable. See, that's why you're a hockey gal. You know exactly what you were doing. All right. He's here. He's back. Dogster, what do you got for us? What's going on?
Good morning. Has everybody missed me?
No. Dead
Crickets.
silence.
I have a question. Do you guys think Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick are going to break up?
Oh, no.
No idea.
I
Never.
do. He went 4-8 this season. I think she's ready for something different, like maybe a farm animal.
That sounds gross.
Just wait until she gets countersued by Pablo Torre. One more L, and she'll be in my stable before you know it.
Okay. Like those glasses. Know where you are. Do you have a bet for us?
I do. Chelsea's favorite team, Avalanche, minus 325, hosting the Canucks.
Oh, value
My
play.
God. Wow. Minus 3. Chalk donkey for a reason. Okay. Woof. Okay. About a minute left to go. 45 seconds. What are you doing today?
Hopefully I get a nap in. I'm going to the
Nice.
gym. Maybe we'll go to Costco later. I don't know if we'll have enough time. Just another banner day for me.
That sounds awesome. What am I doing? What do I always do? I'll grab some coffee, going to the doctor. I'll come back with some sort of blockbuster story. And here I am, held together, toothpicks, and tape. Still getting her done. Guys, that's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is always great to be with you. Glad we had the whole crew back on a Tuesday. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a fantastic day. Good luck in your bets. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome in on this Tuesday morning. We'll talk about everything that went right and wrong Monday Night Football. Our buddy Will Brinson will drop by. So will Michael Felder. Both those guys earlier in the show. A lot of times we have guests pushed back later. It's a little different today. Will Brinson will join us in 20 minutes. Michael Felder in an hour to break down everything college football. A lot of changes, a lot of hirings going on. We were in the cycle where there were all these firings. Now we're seeing a bunch of vacancies getting filled. Looking forward to talking about that. We didn't even talk about the madness that was Survivor last week. We're going to get into that and give you a first look, awards, Heisman. Like we told you, it's going to be on the line this Saturday. Maybe the odds are wrong, though. I don't know that the right guy is favored, and I think a lot of people agree with that so far. Sam, how you feeling on this Tuesday morning?
Feel okay. I watched the Marty Smith interview on Pat McAfee at least 4 times with the van that looks like a bread loaf, and he's talking about driving around the airport to get to Lane because Lane's like, let's do the interview. and Marty Smith can't get to the airport because it's blocked off by fire trucks. I'm going to send it to Jake. If you haven't heard it yet, it's outstanding. Marty Smith on ESPN talking about how he's trying to get to Lane to get the exclusive, but he can't quite get there. It's very, very good. Lane also had his press conference yesterday, and there are so many other things. I know we're a betting show, but did you know Lane was lying about owning a dog? I didn't know that until this morning, that he lied about the dog that he claimed to own. It's not even his dog.
I didn't know either. I saw one of our listeners, I think it was Megan, tweeted us about it. I was like, what? There were so many freaking layers to it. We didn't even get to all the layers yesterday. And then we find out some other stuff. So I saw the Marty Smith interview. I did not see him with McAfee explaining the backstory, but I will be honest. I've had enough of Marty Smith. Like, it's just, I'm like, I'm good. I
So did
anymore.
but then I watched the clip on McAfee, and here's how I feel about Marty Smith now. I had enough too, because we're going to Marty Smith live in the bushes outside the old Miss office. It gave me the vibes that I used to get from Pedro Gomez during Balco. Live from the bushes outside Barry Bonds' house. I'm Pedro Gomez, ESPN. I'm like, all right, dude, enough. I watched the clip, though, of Smith on McAfee, and I gave him a follow. That's how much it flipped me.
You did? Really?
I did. I swear.
He seems like a really good guy, too. And the coaches. So I saw the Lane interview, and even Lane commented about how impressive it was. Some of the, I guess, agility that he had to go through to get to Lane. So he wanted to make sure that he gave him the exclusive, the interview. So I didn't know what he was talking about. So that gives you the backstory. Okay, I will check it out. I will trust you on that, because usually, you know, someone's a jerk or whatever, just being over the top, you're the first one to call them out. But I mean, the guy gets scoops. He gets scoops, and it sounds like he's a good dude. I do remember maybe a year or two ago, I liked him because I saw how he was helping young kids like get their start in the business and stopping and giving advice. I forgot what the clip was from. Seems like a down home guy, but okay. I want to check that out. We will definitely check that out. We checked out Monday Night Football. I don't know how to feel about this game. And don't worry, Pats fans, it has nothing to do with, another easy opponent for the New England Patriots. That may be true. But I don't know how to feel about this game, because on one hand, you could say, man, there were some stupid things that happened in that game. You get a 94-yard punt return for a touchdown. What are you going to do? And then you're close to the number if you end up removing that. But there was also, dude, that field goal attempt by the Giants. I mean, what the hell? So there's another thing that happens. Okay, you take that out. Like now we're right at that number of 7. Maybe. I'll say what I've said about New England all year. They play clean football. They played clean, hard football again last night. No turnovers for that team. They are smacking the Giants within the boundaries, within the rules, whether you like it or not. If you're betting aside, maybe you were feeling the other way. At the time, there was a very legal hit on Dart, and they were hitting hard all damn night. And they should have won by a lot more than they did. They had 4 field goals of 30 yards or less. I don't know if that's if they have the gas all the way on the pedal, that they're easy at 40 plus, or the red zone issues might be something to worry about down the road.
The Giants special teams unit, you mentioned the punt return touchdown, 94 yards. They also fumbled a kick return, which gave the ball to the Patriots basically on the doorstep. And then the Younghoe Koo gaff, whatever you want to call that. It looked like a drunk guy trying to chip a golf ball onto the green and just being way short and creating a huge divot. I don't know what that was. I do appreciate, though, our friend Joe Romano, who works at WGN and used to be a part of Chicken Dinner. Every time Younghoe Koo has something go wrong, either Joe or I will text each other. Because during the 2018 season, I believe it was either 17 or 18, when you had to go to VEASAN, and VEASAN made us break up Chicken Dinner, Joe and I were doing it together. And there was a stretch where Younghoe Koo missed back-to-back game-tying or game-winning field goals in consecutive weeks. So we just nicknamed him 0 for 2 Koo. And that's 6-7 years ago. But ever since that moment, anytime he has something go wrong in the kicking game, we text each other. And he texted me last night when Koo kicked it right into the ground.
I can't believe it's the
what
same
the hell
guy.
was that?
It feels like so long ago. Yeah, I just looked. It's his 8th season. He's hanging on by a thread, but that's not going to help things. Well, another thing was, and I know we're talking from the Giants' perspective because we took them as the dog, and early it's first quarter 17-0. Awesome. This is great. Love betting the NFL. It ended up being a lot closer. We're like telling a story where if this thing goes their way, if that thing goes their way, maybe they cover the number. Not with Kafka being that conservative. That was frustrating. He was so conservative. Like, dude, come on. Join the rest of the league. Can we go for 4th down? And then the other thing, the one I told you yesterday on the show that I was going to be watching very closely, they do not want dart running. They don't want it at all. They didn't like him running down the sideline early in the game when he got popped in bounds. For the game, 4 rushes for 20 yards. So it feels like those run-pass options, at least for right now, I don't know if that comes down from ownership or what, but they're going to be removed from the playbook. The season's lost. They've lost 7 in a row. They have the 2nd worst record in football. We're going to see what they have in Dart. But he can't continue to play this way. He can't. So he's a rookie, and I think it's fair to say that he's not long for this league if he continues to play the way that he's playing right now. And Aikman was talking about it, that he's going to have to change his ways, and most quarterbacks do it after a couple years.
And they really tried to dress this up in the pregame. I watched the whole pregame show. I usually don't, but I had the whole pregame show on last night. And Joe Buck kept leading Troy Aikman into compliments about Jackson Dart. They were trying to put lipstick on a 2-10 team, which we bet. I bet it first. You bet it second. We still made money last night because Abdul Carter got a sack. But
that's cool.
Halfway through the game, you and I are texting during the game. Halfway through the game, I'm like, oh, that's what we get for betting on a 2-10 football team.
Yeah.
Like everything that went wrong, that's what you get. Like those are the risks you run when you bet on a horrendous football team. And everything that Aikman and Buck were talking about in the pregame did not happen in the game. But that's what you have to do when you have a 10-2 team taking on a 2-10 team. All right, let's make this sexy. Let's make this realistic. This will be a good game. And it wasn't a good game. I wanted to read this stat before I forget. The Patriots are the first team since 1999 with a 10-game winning streak after losing 13 games the previous year. Again, 10 straight wins after losing 13 games the previous year. The only other team since 1999, the Indianapolis Colts with Peyton Manning. How about that?
What happened that year in the playoffs? We know it ended poorly, but I wonder how far they ended up getting. That's interesting.
That's a good question.
So the New England Patriots back to the 1 seed. It was temporarily Denver. That lasted for about 24 hours because of the Sunday Night Football result. And then New England comes back and they win last night, and they take back that number 1 seed in the AFC. So your 1 seeds, New England and Chicago.
That 1999 Colts team went 13-3. First place in the AFC East. This is before realignment because the Colts are no longer in the AFC East. They're in the South now. But that team with Jim Mora, practice, went 13-3 and lost in the divisional round 19-16 to the Titans. That's McNair and Eddie George and Dyson. That was a really good Titans group. But 19-16, I'm assuming they covered, but maybe not, actually. I don't know. They lost the first playoff game, though, to your question.
You know what Drake May is?
Who?
He's your MVP favorite.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Staffy loses, multiple interceptions, something he hadn't been doing this season, and it's Drake May, an odds-on favorite, -120. They were about even going into last week, and it is now Stafford +130. We'll talk about the awards later. Man, I don't know that it's going to be one of those two. Like, the odds make sense. Inch probability-wise, I understand why they're 1-2, 2-1, however you want to line it up. I get it. They're most likely to win. But there's a sizable gap. The next best number, the third favorite is Dak. He's 16-1. Jordan Love's 19-1. Josh Allen's 30-1. Could you see any of those guys getting hot for 5 weeks and taking the award from Mayor Stafford?
Dak?
Yeah.
Think about it.
I could see him.
If the Cowboys go like 10-6-1. Now, there's a lot of work to do there, but that tie might not be the worst thing for them. That tie against the Packers on Sunday night, 40-40, I believe was the final. But it's not a loss. So, in the column, they're only a game out of San Francisco. San Francisco's 9-4. Dallas is 6-5-1. Now, you got to make up some ground in the win column. But in the loss column, it's much better to have 5 losses, be 6-5-1, than be 6-6. Like, I know that sounds elementary, but it's true. The defense is healthy. Quinnen Williams is a difference maker. And Pickens and Lamb are healthy. I mean, Dak already has, to this point in the season, 3,200 yards and 25 touchdowns. 2,500 touchdowns would be a lot. If he throws for like 4,700 yards and has 35 touchdowns, and the Cowboys go from a bad team to a playoff team, who's more sexy than the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs, Joe?
Cowboys just beat the Eagles and Chiefs in back-to-back weeks.
I know.
We're going to have a conversation about them later on with the long shot for the Super Bowl. I know. It sounds insane.
Oh, man. Here we go.
But it's 70. Who can they not beat in the NFC?
They can beat and lose to anybody in this league.
Correct. If they're at home, they can beat anybody for damn sure. But that's interesting. Vrabel remains the favorite for Coach of the Year over Ben Johnson. McDonald third, so that jumps out. And then another person playing last night involved in one of the awards races that we will talk about later on today. Dart, he stays the second favorite. Nothing really changed there. Tet McMillan is your favorite there. I think Dart has a really good chance. That award is up in the air. Could be McMillan, could be Dart, could be Abuka. Tyler Warren, maybe Henderson. It would be a long shot for him. He'd have to get really hot over the last month. But that thing's wide open. I don't think Coach of the Year is wide open. I don't think MVP's wide open, but it's a list of 3 to 4 names that are on there. Caleb is 6, man. He's a 6th favorite just based on that Bears record of being the 1 seed over in the NFC. Anything else from last night in the fallout of that result? I know it's favorite wins big. They probably should have won by a lot more, but you end up getting a lot here. I don't know. Maybe we'll talk to Will Brinson about it. One other thing is they need Dart to stay healthy because right now the Giants have the second pick. They need to know if he's their guy moving forward, or do you use a high pick on a quarterback next year? Because you don't get a lot of opportunities to take the top or second best quarterback in any class.
Yeah, knowing the Giants, I'm going to guess they're going to go defense and take a guy like Ruben Bain from Miami and just throw him on the D line with Carter, Thibodeau, and I mean that would make sense. And then you figure out your offense and free agency. I want to talk about Kyle Shanahan for Coach of the Year later on. He's 30-1 right now without a defense, and they keep winning.
We need to talk about that for sure. He should have a shorter number than what he has. All right, Joe Sammy P with you on a Tuesday morning. Our buddy Will Brinson, CBS Sports, drops by next. I got to talk to him about his Panthers. That was insane. Right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. on the BetMGM Network.
Will Brinson, CBSSports.com. He hangs out with us every Tuesday on the show. Joe Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network. Will's trying to tell us how awful it is that it's raining by him. We don't want to hear it. We've been dealing with snow. Sam was traveling in it, or attempting to travel in it over the weekend. Get out of here, Brinson. Rain is worse than snow. When's the last time you drove in snow?
Please. I've driven in snow a million times. Look, it doesn't snow much in North Carolina. We love the snow. If you ever want to see some like crazy images though, because we're not used to it, search Snowmageddon Raleigh. There is like photos. It looks like there's a photo of it. Like it looks like something out of a disaster movie. And it's just like 3 inches of snow on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh. It's like, I mean, like things got weird.
3 inches of snow is Snowmageddon?
It was probably like 6 inches of snow, but like you get like 6 to 8 inches of snow in North Carolina and it turns things sideways.
Didn't it happen at one of the Super Bowls where people freaked out in Texas? I think.
Yeah, I was there. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'll just tell the story really quickly, but that was my first Super Bowl for CBS. And, you know, we gone down there and they're like, all right, you're going to like go to like, you're going to go to the team, like, you know, team media availabilities, you write stories, you know, fire out, not going to do any of this, you know, TV stuff. And so you had to be up at like 6 in the morning to get on these buses. And if you're on the first bus to the team media availability, you got a police escort. So they're like taking us on the highway in Dallas, like 75. And all these poor Texans who have like never driven in snow are having to like pull over to the side of the road in ice because the police are coming through in front of this bus. And they're probably thinking like, oh, that's Madonna or something. Nope. It's the media. Like, I'm sorry, you banged.
I'm looking at this right now. NBC5 Chicago says that 12.7 inches of snow fell in November 2018. I don't know what they do in Raleigh. They'd probably all just cry.
Google really quickly, just Google Snowmageddon Raleigh and look at the images that pop up. It's crazy. There's like a car on fire. Like this guy's like walking down the street with holding his cell phone, like in 100 yards away, a car is like just like completely on fire.
3 inches.
Oh, wow,
Joe.
Yes. I believe it 100%. Let's talk about what we saw last night. So I guess one of the takeaways at this point in the season is, okay, you look at Vrabel, he remains the favorite for the coach of the year. Now Drake May, I mean, your guy, he's the sole favorite for MVP. Your guy Stafford takes a step back. He actually has interceptions over the weekend, and New England is the 1 seed. How many of those things happen? Patriots 1 seed, May MVP, Vrabel coach of the year.
Man, what would a Bears Patriots 1 seed parlay have paid before the season? Like, what are we? I think like the whole thing is great. I don't want the Patriots to be great again. I think it's ironic too that Drake May's childhood favorite team, the Panthers, are the ones who beat Matthew Stafford and installed him as the favorite to win MVP. He's been awesome. They haven't played anybody. You know, they played the Bills, and that's it. They haven't played anybody. His schedule is charm and soft, but you know what? They're going out and taking care of business every single week, like beating the crap out of bad teams. The game got a little close at the start of the fourth quarter, but realistically was just never, you know, the Giants were never in it. I think Vrabel is and should be a lock for coach of the year. Ben Johnson could be in the middle. I mean, not a lock. I just think I mean, how many games are the Patriots going to lose? Like, they're going to be the 1 seed, right? I mean,
4.
I mean, they have the Bills, the Ravens, the Jets, and the Dolphins left. Like,
do you think he's more valuable than Ben Johnson?
I think they're pretty close. Ben Johnson's insanely valuable. I just think Vrabel, like this team to me is, it's like about Drake May and how great he's been. But I think that like Vrabel gets a piece of that because he brought in Josh McDaniels and he knew what Josh McDaniels could do as an offensive coordinator. He's done exactly that. Defensively, like we've seen Vrabel do this with Ryan Tannehill and the Titans, where he got them to a 1 seed in Tennessee. So it's like, even though it's insane that this is happening and that they're this good, and we made fun of like people who were betting the Patriots to make the playoffs because it was a donkey number. Turns out not a donkey number. It's like I think this whole team is about, to me, like Vrabel and just how ridiculously like good of a coach he is.
That said, the Bears fans are ready to build Ben Johnson a statue. Like, that's the thing. And he's coached a little over half a season. But, you watch the Bears offense and the Patriots defense, and you just see how much more prepared and ready and in position that they are. Like, I'm watching the Pats last year. They can't tackle. They don't know what to do. The Bears don't line up properly. The Bears waste that 40 seconds on Thanksgiving, and then Eberflus gets fired because they didn't call a timeout. Like, you just see the difference in how a bad coaching staff and a good coaching staff, or a borderline great coaching staff, can change things in one off season. Chicago and New England are in such better places, man. They just are.
Yeah, and I would say too, like with Chicago, Ben Johnson kind of struggled with the game management stuff early in the season. Now, that's not unusual for a first-year head coach to do. He really corrected it. Like, they went to their bye, corrected a bunch of that stuff. He's been fantastic, and the offense has taken off. I think it's a good lesson. Like, we talk about what matters in this league. Well, if you have a top pick and you hit the quarterback, but then you got to have the coach too. Like, that's why, people are getting fired left and right. If you get those two things, you can really go from the dregs, like being one of the 5 worst teams in football and the Bears weren't quite, they were close, but they weren't quite there. But you go from like being one of the 5 worst teams in football to being the number 1 seed kind of overnight. So yeah, like if Ben Johnson were to get it, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. And maybe it's, because he's a first-year head coach, that's a little different than Vrabel. But yeah, like the difference night and day between the old coaching staffs and the new coaching staffs is right there. And I just think it's good. Like, we do have this thing with these awards where the later in the, there's some recency bias, right? Like Shane Steichen should still, be getting credit for the Colts being surprisingly good with Daniel Jones. It's just gonna be hard to look past what Vrabel and Ben Johnson have done on their respective teams, I think.
With Will Brinson, CBSSports.com, talk some NFL here on Bet Sweats. Let's talk about your Panthers, man. Tuesdays don't normally like to look back on Sundays still, but I'm still in shock over what we just saw.
I know.
For my money, week-to-week basis, they are the one team in the NFL that has the widest range of outcomes. Yeah. I don't know if they're going to look like a team that can beat anybody in this league or they can lose to anybody in this league. Why are they that way? Why are their performance so inconsistent?
So, it's like, I would say the answer to the question, I think, is Dave Canales and how he wants to approach games. And so, like, they go and beat the Packers, and they went in there and just turned it into like a poop slinging contest where you just run the ball. I was like, Sammy, what are you doing there, buddy? You on camera?
Yeah, I was
like shaking. I was shaking my poo when you said fling poo.
I was like, you slinging poo? And then the following week they're at home. It's not a must-win game, but it's, a game you should win as big favorites against the Saints. And they try to take the same approach. When what I think you need to do against a team like the Saints is come out and say, let's let Bryce cut it loose and try to get a lead in this one, and then we can sort of salt things away with our run game. They don't do that. They lose to the Saints. They looked like one of the worst teams in football against the 49ers, whose defense is, good with Robert Saleh, but it's like really banged up, and they should have been able to hang in that game. Then they just beat the Rams. I think it's just Dave Canales and how he approaches a game-to-game thing and how, Stafford starts slinging it. And they kind of got into an up-tempo game with him early on, and Bryce started slinging it. And so, like, I think that's the answer. But yeah, like, you can't trust Carolina week to week. You don't know whether they're gonna, like, if you bank anything you decide to do with the Panthers on the previous week's outcome, you're probably gonna lose your money.
Yeah.
I did get a text from Eric Eager on Sunday. He saw the bartender say Carolina was going to get crushed, and he texted me, "Let's go." He knew. He knew, Will. He knew.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I kind of like the Panthers in that spot. Like, it's like the Rams are coming off this, like, maybe the best win of the season against the Bucs, just in terms of how they looked. Panthers looked terrible against San Francisco in prime time. And, it's just one of those things in the NFL where it doesn't make a lot of sense, but sometimes things don't need to make sense in professional football to end up being, what ends up happening and becoming true.
Well, this Thursday game could decide a playoff spot. A playoff spot for a potentially dangerous team in the playoffs. Detroit and Dallas. Lions favored by 3. High total 53 in the hook. What's your approach to this game?
Well, first and foremost, I think that we all need to bet Jameson Williams to score anytime touchdown at even money. 53.5 total. If Amon-Ra St. Brown doesn't go, J-Mo's going to get fed. Like you saw the second that St. Brown was out, Jameson Williams was just the number one wide receiver. There's no Laporta, obviously. And look, if you're into everybody likes better value early in the week, right? I would think that's the 3 running backs are all minus money, obviously. J-Mo's even money. I would think if Amon-Ra St. Brown doesn't go in that game, and he's had a full week, so maybe he can go on a low ankle sprain, but that's J-Mo should be minus 125. Like 25 cents on a touchdown prop is a pretty good number. So I like that. I would lean. I think it looks like the Lions are going to get to 3.5, just based on the number, and I would probably be inclined to take the Cowboys. This Lions team can flex on you when they want to, but I don't know that Dan Campbell's been great calling plays. He had the second half against the Giants or the fourth quarter against the Giants, and he had the game against the Commies. But this Cowboys defense is much, much improved with Quentin Williams. And I don't think they're going to give up 3 70-yard touchdown runs to Jahmyr Gibbs. It could absolutely turn into a shootout. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I don't think you can bet a total of 53.5 on a Tuesday, how high is that going to go? Right. It does look like it wants to go up a little bit in some spots, but I would be more inclined if you like the over to wait and see if the under gets some pushback. I have no interest in the under here. But it probably wouldn't bet the over. I would think I'd probably wait and see if a Cowboys 3.5 pops, and I'd take that because I think Dallas is good enough and Dak is good enough indoor track. Lions defense not elite to keep up with a Lions team that's just frankly been really inconsistent. But yeah, must win spot for both teams.
Should we be considering a Dak MVP bet at 15-16-1?
Yeah, I was looking at that when we started talking about Drake May. I just think it's a 2-horse race. Like I don't see how the Patriots. The voters love to give the MVP to somebody that they haven't given it to, especially when that person is like a highly drafted Caucasian quarterback. Like giving it to Drake May or Matthew Stafford is a dream spot for these voters. I'm not saying that they're all racist or anything. I just think it's like, the new face, like out, like coming onto the scene is like just a freebie for like, it's just catnip for these voters. We see it all the time where they like to fall. There's a reason why these guys, it's a performance, of course, but there's a reason why these guys are at the top. I think if the Cowboys win the division, then Dak can absolutely get it. And you could see it, but they have to go completely nuclear and the Eagles have to fall apart. So
Good
I
love.
would,
No.
Okay. Look, I don't think you can bet Stafford or May at these numbers, right? We've had our chances to get them at like 5-1. Certainly before the season, 25, 30-1, whatever it is. If you were going to bet anybody, I think it would be Dak or Love because there is a chance to win the division. And, as much as like the whole season is supposed to matter, how many times have we seen this award or any award get stolen in December? Like if Jordan Love goes on a 16 touchdown, 0 interception, Packers win their final 4 or 5 games, whatever it is, run, and he's capable of doing that, and he is as streaky as they come, and Dak's capable of doing that too. If either one of them does that and their team wins that division and maybe even overtakes the 1 seed, then I think you're going to seriously be looking at somebody could steal it. So I don't hate those bets at 15-16-1. I just think that it's more than likely May or Stafford if they don't fall apart.
Well, we've got about 30 seconds left. Is there a best bet that stands out that we have not talked about?
For this week, I would
Yeah.
say. Oh man, I just wrote this. I just did this, and now I can't remember. Oh, I think the Bengals +6. Like the Bills defense, it like pops up once a month and is good, but it's not that great. Burrow can make the playoffs. Burrow can win the division. Maybe we bet Burrow for
Mm-hmm. Yeah, remember that run that the Bengals made at the end of last regular season? Same thing could happen again. Thank you, Will Brinson. Appreciate it. Check him out, cbssports.com.
See you guys.
Follow him on X at Will Brinson. Survivor Mayhem over the weekend. We'll talk about it and give you a first look for next week right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
2 for 2 today is Carolina. On this crucial 4th down, Young, McMillan, got it! Touchdown, Panthers lead!
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Man, it was a wild week in Survivor, specifically Circa Survivor, which even if you're not in, which is probably all of our listeners, it is fascinating to follow. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. This is the BetMGM Network. We are going to take a look back at what happened in Week 13. Had so much going on yesterday after the week off. We were catching up on all sorts of sports news, and we didn't even get to what happened in Survivor, which was a huge story, something that I was following a whole lot. And you have 2 weeks baked into one, and then we're also going to take a first look at Week 14 in Survivor for those still lucky enough to be alive. So what makes Circa Survivor different is in Week 13, there are 2 weeks. There's an A and there's a B. The A part of the week is the 4 games that are played Thanksgiving and Black Friday. And you've got to make sure that you have options. So if you get to Week 13, if you're one of the lucky 900, you have to make a pick for Thursday, Friday, and then a pick for Sunday, Monday. So if you were thinking ahead, you saved a favorite. You probably saved Philadelphia or Baltimore, both touchdown favorites in this spot. If you're able to do that and you used one of them, you were with the chalk and you lost. If you took one of the 3-point favorites, you lost. The only way to get through Week 13A was to take an underdog. And so only 49 people are left out of the 900 that entered Week 13A. Sam, it was amazing to watch. And like, you could make a strong argument and say either it's people that are sharp, people that have balls that are willing to take an underdog after getting all the way to Thanksgiving in a pool for $18.7 million, or you could say it's people that didn't give a blank. They didn't save anybody. They didn't look ahead. They didn't worry about Thanksgiving. We'll deal with that when we get there, and they just end up taking an underdog and they advance. What do you think? Is it sharp people that advance or people that didn't really plan ahead?
People like me that just wing it. Oh, let's take a dog in Survivor. That's the type of person that has made it through. You got to be a little sick in the head. The sharp people, put it this way. The sharp people are in the Grandissimo. That was the $100,000 contest at Circa. And there were 6 left. 6 going into Thanksgiving. They all lost. Those are the sharp people. Those are the people that know what they're doing. They all got knocked out. All 6 of them, because none of the dogs won. So the 6 people are splitting the $6.9 million pot. Our buddy Zach White, Gamble Ball, is one of those 6 people. Mm-hmm. So they all get $1.15 million. Those are the sharp people, I assure you. The ones that got backed or financed and put in $100,000 to win the big pot, $6.9 million. Not the big relative pot, because Circa Survivor has more money, but this was the big entry, $100,000. So all of those people got knocked out because they all did what you just said. They saved favorites for the right time, and all the favorites went down. But those 6 people that came in all lose and split that $6.9 million. Not a bad Thanksgiving at the end of the day.
You imagine putting the 4 dogs in a moneyline parlay?
No.
For Thursday, Friday? Yeah. I think it was like 100 to 1 or something more in there, that range. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought I saw that mentioned somewhere. So let's live in fantasy land. You're in Grandissimo. You make the final 6. Everybody flames out in Week 13 on the Thursday, Friday. Everybody. Like going into Friday, you probably feel good. Like, okay, I have a chance now. There's only 3 left, and those 3 all get bounced. It's $100,000 entry, as you mentioned. How do you feel about it when it's just 11x? You get you make it all the way to the end. You get $1.1 million. There's a pot of 6.9. How do you feel like, okay, after all this, I won? Here's 11x your money.
I'd feel okay 11xing my money. I'd feel better knowing that it's $1 million plus. And I'd also feel better knowing that I lost, but I still win over $1 million. So
true.
Yeah, I'm not upset at all.
True. That thing's going to grow too, I would think. Because this thing is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay, so we're down to 45 after the Week 13B, second half of Week 13. The only team to lose that was selected was the LA Rams. 4 people save the Rams for an awesome spot, low ownership, 4 out of 49 take them, and they go down to the Carolina Panthers. That was a great pick. It's a great pick. It sucks. It's just a bad spot. That's happened so many times this year, man. Like I've been in, I was in so many pools. I have 3 spots left total now. But like, okay, I don't want to go with the chalk. I want to take a heavy favorite and it's going to be low owned. This is such a good spot. Oh man, this is awesome. Take the Rams here. Only 4 people have them. And then you lose. That really sucks, man. They were the biggest favorite or second biggest favorite on the board, double-digit favorite. You're not going to have many opportunities like that the rest of the year, and then you end up losing. It feels like that's happened so many times this year, man.
They were Super Bowl favorites,
yeah.
And that's how you go out in Survivor. They were 4-1 or lower to win the whole thing, and then they can't beat Carolina as a 10-point favorite. That's why Survivor is so tough, because on any given Sunday, this happens.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's take a look at week number 14. It feels like when you look ahead a lot of times that, oh, wait, this is going to be a tough week. No, that's going to be a tough week. And then when you get there, like, oh, it's not that tough. Look, we've got all these favorites that are higher than a touchdown. And that's the same situation right now for week 14. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 teams are favored by more than a touchdown. Let's see if we're comfortable with any of them. Tampa Bay, 8.5 against Indy. Rams, 8.5 at Arizona. Denver, 7.5 to 8 at Vegas. Seattle, 7.5 at Atlanta. So 3 of those 4 big point spreads are on the road. Here's the big decision, because I looked at the availability for the 45 left in Circa Survivor, and I think it's the same for any pool that is still going if you're still alive. It's a decision of, do I want to be with everybody else on Tampa and Zig, or do I want to Zag? That's it. Because almost everybody has Tampa Bay available. In Circa, 86% of the pool still alive has Tampa Bay, 42 out of 45 spots. And then when you get to the other teams, Rams, Broncos, Seattle Seahawks, not many of them are available. Even after that, lower point spread, 6.5 Green Bay against Chicago. Buffalo, 5.5, 6 against Cincinnati. Like, we're talking less than 20%. So, Sam, that's a decision. Do you want to go with the chalk with the Bucks, or do you want to try to go somewhere else? We're at a point where, okay, you got to make winning moves. So I would try to go anywhere but the Bucks. How about you?
I feel like Seattle's going to be very popular if people haven't already burned the Seahawks, because they're going to Atlanta. Kirk Cousins. That seems to be a freebie. And that one gives me the heebie-jeebies. I don't know if I would ship Seattle if I was still alive, but I'm not, because I'm long dead in Survivor. But if it's not Tampa, I feel like people are going to run to that Seattle side, because they've been dominating bad teams. And as you brought up on the show, Seahawks are very good on the road. So that's going to be another popular Survivor pick for sure.
I'm in a $500,000 pool, less than 200 left. I have Tampa available. I do have the Rams available. No Denver, no Seattle. So Tampa Bay, LA Rams. I have Green Bay available. That number 6.5.
No?
Not in Survivor. What do you think? Would you take the Packers in Survivor against the Bears?
I took the Titans in Survivor week 1 last year against the Bears. So yes, I would do a lot of weird things.
I know you. Okay. Okay, but if you're still alive, like put yourself in that position. It's week 14. The Bears are the 1 seed in the NFC. Do you want to go against them?
Kind of.
No, you do. Oh my God.
Well, here, let me ask you a
I agree with
question.
you that I think they're going to lose, but
if I said before these two games, after everybody was talking about how fortunate and relatively lucky the Bears were, if I were going to tell you the Bears would sweep Philly and Green Bay, what would you have said?
no chance.
No chance. So
It's
the
not
question
happening.
back to you. Okay.
Yeah.
Why not then? Why not pull it on Green Bay?
Yeah, you can. And you know what? After seeing what happened with Chicago, nobody's going to be on that.
Nope.
Nobody's going to be on that. It's going to be low ownership. And then you have these other high favorites. Many of them are on the road. Most of them are going to be on the Bucks. So you can just root for the Colts to maybe win. And they absolutely can win that game. Or rather, New Orleans. I don't know why I said the Colts. New Orleans. It'd be tough, but like Tampa's not a juggernaut right now. They're not playing this unbelievable ball. So yeah, it's a divisional matchup. They could win. I hear you. Love's playing great, and nobody's going to be on that. And don't forget, at the introductory press conference, Ben Johnson called out the Packers, and he said when he was in Detroit, he loved beating them every year. You think LaFleur's not going to have his best stuff ready for this Bears team?
They'll be ready. I like Green Bay. I'd also consider Buffalo if you had Buffalo left, because here's what's going to happen. Everybody that did have no interest, that was in this, I talked like Yoda there for a second. Everybody that didn't take Cincinnati last week, Cincinnati, here it is. They're going to take Cincinnati this week, right? Getting points.
Yeah.
It's going to be the number one pick in the room. Cincinnati +6. You watch.
All right, man. Yeah. You're this deep. It's time to play. You got to get a little risky. Those teams are not going to be used much this week. It's going to be single digits percentage-wise. We'll talk more about that later this week. We'll talk to Michael Felder next. College football on the docket here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O. Sammy P with you on a Tuesday morning. Thanks for hanging out. This is Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Sam at SP Shoot on X. I'm there at Joe Ostrowski. Later on this hour, in about 20 minutes, we'll talk some Super Bowl futures with some maybe some long shots we're taking a look at in the NFL. Also catch you up to speed on the awards races, some movement there. But right now, let's talk some college football with our buddy Michael Felder at In the Bleachers over on X, a college football analyst. Michael, are all the leftovers gone? Thanksgiving leftovers. Yeah.
I've got one more round. I got one more today. Today's our last day.
Okay.
Sandwich?
We're either going to do enchiladas, but because today it's a little bit gray out, we might do a turkey tortilla soup.
So I'm intrigued by the enchiladas for sure. But have you seen, there's this deli in Eastern New York that does an annual Thanksgiving pizza. Now, before you get too reactionary, let me just lay out what it is. They take, obviously, the dough, and they drizzle turkey gravy. That's the base.
Yep.
It's chicken sausage for the stuffing. It's fresh turkey sliced. It's cranberry sauce and just covered in mozzarella cheese in the oven. Pow.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it. I'll never have it.
Okay.
But I mean, like if that's like, but the same. But here's the thing: we do turkey. Like obviously, we do like a traditional Thanksgiving on Thursday. On Friday, we have hot turkey sandwiches. Turkey sandwiches. This homemade bread, and I don't mess around with the mashed potatoes or the cranberry sauce or anything. It's just turkey and turkey gravy from homemade stock, and it cooks for like 3 hours. Turkey's broken down. You spoon that over a lightly toasted slice of homemade bread, open face sandwich. It's to die for. Like truly, we have a standing appointment yearly with the guy who officiated my wedding. We have a standing appointment yearly for him and his wife to come to my house because they're like, this is our favorite meal of the year. So I like that people are getting innovative and they're doing what they're doing. I don't need to innovate. Listen, man, you can't touch perfection.
I mean, that's spot on. And then with the backdrop, you've got football, NFL, college, whatever your thing. It's all right there for you all damn day. No shopping. Forget about it. Everybody shops online anyways. And the Good Friday sales, like they're there for a week. It's not like the one-day thing, which I think was a smart move by a lot of these companies. But yeah, you're right. Why mess with perfection? You know what was not perfection? The exit from Ole Miss to LSU, man. We've got to talk about it. It had so many ugly twists and turns. But hey, all is right in the world in Baton Rouge yesterday. You had that celebratory press conference when the media was all in, and he's making cracks about the Southern accent and all that. We didn't have a Brian Kelly moment. Go ahead, sound off on everything Lane Kiffin. The last time we talked to you 2 weeks ago before Thanksgiving, like the approach was normal people. Like he's kind of stuck. He's got the playoff. What's he going to do? Well, he went Lane Kiffin, more WWE in college football.
Yeah, I just published a newsletter because I had to take a day, like I had to take a break. Like when I went to bed on Saturday, and you wake up Sunday, and then this happens, and then I was like, I need to make sure. So I had to call my mom. I don't know if you guys know, but I call my mom because my mom's not super into sports, so she's kind of my moral compass of what is and is not good. She was a teacher for over 30 years. Like she cares about kids. And what we're looking at is obviously no one cares about the kids. And what the resolution that I've arrived at, because I don't like Lane Kiffin, sure, go do your thing. We saw him do this already when he went to USC from Tennessee, right? We saw this happen. Like I wonder how many of these kids he's calling that are supposed to be in the playoff that he's like, hey man, come over here with me. We can make this happen because the portal's going to open. And how many of those recruits that he recruited to Ole Miss or he's calling to say, come over here with me. We can make this, we can make it shake. So my mom, she used a word that, and look, you're talking to someone who you guys have heard me talk glowingly about what Lane Kiffin does between the lines, right? As a coach. But my mom used a word that really kind of screwed everything down to the floor. She said, that's selfish. And that's the reality. And it's selfish on so many levels. Once you start to look at it that way, do you want to get paid? Sure, everybody wants to get paid. We all want to get paid. Can you, and you can give me this half-assed, like, well, I said I could maybe close out the season. You can't do two jobs at one time. Are you kidding me? You do two jobs at one time. Look, I work from home. I can't do this show and empty the dishwasher. You think you can run LSU and Ole Miss at the same time? Come on now.
No, once you say you're leaving, you're gone. And I heard this story. The stories on Sunday were insane from all the reporters and the Ole Miss accounts. That Lane basically, after he told them he was leaving for sure, he went back to his office and like kicked his feet up in the chair. And Pete Golding walked in and is like, get out. This ain't your office anymore.
Right. I heard that. He didn't talk to the team. I think that's a humongous, like, that to me is like a massive red flag when you don't go and talk to your guys that have laid their bodies on the line for you. You don't go talk to them. They don't deserve that. That's wild to me. And so we'll see what happens. I wonder how much the playoff committee, how they rate Ole Miss. But the biggest thing for me was think about a recruit, someone that has to make a decision about the transfer portal. Think about that assistant coaching staff. And I think what we have to do is change the calendar in college football. This is my definitive way of looking at it. You cannot. You guys are more NBA and more NFL than I am, right? But they have something called tampering, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You can't talk to someone. I don't care if it's an agent or not. You can't talk to someone until their season is over. Bowl game, playoff, whatever. You can't talk to them until the season's over. Coaches can't change until the season's over. And what I think we should do is get rid of the early signing period. Push the transfer portal back as well. I think everything should happen middle of January, right? the season will be over, and then kids can enroll in schools early if they want to. They'll still be in front of the drop ad day, because I went through and looked at a bunch of academic calendars. They'll still be in front of the drop ad day, so they'll still be able to enroll in school. Do it that way. And they also, kids get to suss out what that coaching staff looks like. But again, nobody's thinking about the kids. They're only thinking about themselves. And again, that goes back to my mom, selfish.
Yeah, no doubt. With Michael Felder here, college football analyst at In the Bleachers on X. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. So the last couple of days, it's been all Lane Kiffin as far as the new hires, but been a lot of other hires.
Yes.
Golish, Auburn, Florida, Arkansas. We got our guy. Pat Fitzgerald back from the dead, out of football. Now he's back, and he's in the Big Ten. Chesney going to UCLA. We mentioned Ole Miss. They got their dude. What's the most intriguing hire? Maybe not the best because you tough to project. What's most interesting to you?
I think Summerall's probably the best hire. I think the most intriguing one is a school and this is something I had to have this talk with my wife. Michigan State hiring a guy that was involved in a hazing scandal that was like, oh no, I didn't even know about it. And she's like, so he didn't know? So he was not even like in charge of his team. For a school that has got like scandal on scandal on scandal, that's the one that's the most intriguing for me. Like they made a choice, clearly. There's a reason other teams didn't reach out to Pat Fitzgerald. And so I think that one's intriguing. But I like Chesney to UCLA. I like that. I like Bobby Chesney. That man can coach his behind off, dude, and he's done a good job. But again, I still think that, like, what happens if on Tuesday they're up there, right? Like, what happens if they're in? And so it is a little frustrating. And I just wish this was all pushed back. I just wish it was all pushed back, but I like what is it? Silverfield? I almost called him Silverfish. That's one of those things that gets into your sink at night. But from Memphis to Arkansas, I think that's a good one. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good hire. We'll see. We're gonna have to wait and see. I'm very curious to see what Tuesday looks like. And then we still got to go into championship weekend, and we got some games, man. Goodness.
Yeah, no doubt. I wanted to ask about Madison because they're going to be a 23, 24-point favorite against Troy. Chesney's going to coach in the game because they're not going to finalize the deal until after the Sun Belt title game. Are they going to just pound Troy, or is this a weird game where you can't lay that number?
Destroy Troy.
Okay.
They're going to
like
destroy
42 to 3 pound?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, they're going to if let me hang on. Let me see what the number. What's the number that we got on that one?
23.5.
Oh, give I will give them the 23.5. They're going to destroy them. JMU does not play around, man. It's been interesting to watch the way that they are out there snatching souls. They know they need style points to get into the playoff, and they have to go out and get the work done. So yeah, for me, I mean, I trust this team. I think that Barnett's good. I like Wayne. They got a guy named Wayne Knight. Come on, dude. They got Newman on their team. They got what's his name from Jurassic Park, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, they did. Did you see what they did to Coastal Carolina? Was it 59? Yeah, I like this team, so I think they're going to be all right. The game that I'm more interested in that Friday night is North Texas Tulane, because North Texas they will score points, and they're fun to watch. So we'll see what they bring to the table, and then obviously over the weekend, I think obviously everybody's going to talk about Georgia, Alabama. Folks are going to talk about Indiana, Ohio State, but I think BYU, Texas Tech, just to kick it off at noon on Saturday. Can BYU get right against this team, or is Texas Tech like for real? Like, hey guys, my name's Joey McGuire. I go out and I score points, baby. Let's do it.
Man, they couldn't do anything on offense. I know it was just one meeting, but if you watch that BYU offense in that first meeting, I don't know, man. I don't know that I like BYU on Saturday.
I don't think I like them. I'm agreeing with you. I think that it's going to be interesting to see if they found something else. Because they started slow against UCF. They were down, 10-0 to start that game. So they started slow against a team that we know isn't very good. You start slow against Texas Tech, they're going to beat your brains in.
What do you want to happen in the ACC championship between Virginia and Duke?
I was hoping this wouldn't come out.
Well, we only got 2 minutes.
I mean, I think everyone in the ACC that's not a Duke fan has to want Virginia to win, correct?
Yes.
And win convincingly. Because otherwise, what's going to happen? You're going to get left out, and you should be left out. That's the reality. And they need to change, and I was listening to my buddy Roddy Jones talk about it. They need to change the what's it called? The tiebreaker rules. Where you rank should matter more than these small individual. It's head-to-head where you rank, and then we'll go from there. And other conferences have done it. The ACC obviously has not. And people are like, this is going to be the most unwatched football game since when they had the ACC championship game in like Tampa, right? When it was like Wake Forest, Virginia Tech or something. It's not good.
Do you have final minute? Do you have an opinion on the Big Ten SEC games? Those are going to be the most watched ones.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm down to roll with Georgia. I think those dudes are they're locked stock. They're showing up in their F-150s ready to go. And then Indiana, Ohio State. I think Indiana's a real one. You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb. What's the number on that one?
4.5.
4.5.
Give me Indiana plus the 4.5.
Indiana.
Let's do it.
Oh,
yeah.
Outright?
Yeah. I think they went outright. Yeah, I think they went outright.
That's going to be interesting. Then how far does Ohio State drop? Oh, man. Fascinating.
They'll still be in the playoff, and they might win a national championship still.
Absolutely. That'd be the time to bet them, probably. Michael Felder at In the Bleachers. Check him out over there, Michael. Always appreciate it. We'll talk soon. There's a lot going on in college football. All right, Super Bowl futures on the other side. We'll throw some numbers at you on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Good stuff there from Michael Felder. Check out the conversation. If you missed any of it, you could listen on demand on the Odyssey app. Check out Bet Sweats, but we implore you to download and subscribe to the podcast via iTunes, Spotify, podcatcher of your choice. Joe O, Sammy P here on a Tuesday morning. Get the Super Bowl Futures NFL Awards. But Sam, you were telling me about some off the field, non-football related stuff that continues to follow Lane Kiffin.
The receipts are hysterical, and they're coming out from every single direction. This morning, somebody posted a screenshot. Apparently, there's a hot yoga trainer at Ole Miss, and Lane would go to the classes. And she posted, I believe it's a video. It's a screenshot, but it looks like it's a video of her standing in her yoga outfit, smiling, staring at the sky, arms out, palms up. And the caption is, how life feels when you don't have Lane Kiffin telling you he hates your playlist every morning. So on top of that post, you have people, well, because Lane went to this hot yoga class and was like, the music sucks, and would tell the instructor every morning. So he'd try and change the music. So on that post that she made, people are commenting, gonna miss him pushing me over every time I was in a plank. Gonna miss him annoying everyone around us. Really gonna miss him looking for used water bottles in the lost and found so he could pour ice cold water all over the floor every morning. Gonna miss him turning up the humidity whenever he pleases. And then you get the other screenshots of Ole Miss students.
This guy sucks.
Ole Miss co-eds posting Snapchats of Lane with his shirt off. Like thirst traps. And Lane asking other girls to come over tonight. Like, he's still trying to conquer college co-eds, man.
Dude. Well, LSU's the perfect spot for him, is it not? Coach O? Wasn't he doing the same thing? Man.
You lose track, honestly.
Yeah. Wow. The money, the power. Some people use it, some people don't. Wow. He is. So what is his situation now? Does he have a girlfriend or is he married or what? Oh, he's single again?
Judging by this behavior, it doesn't appear like he cares about whatever relationship he's in, if he is in one. But this just gives me vibes of somebody who couldn't pull chicks in college, and you're still trying to conquer that mountain. It's still something that you couldn't get a grasp on when you were in your early 20s. So now when you're 50, you're still like, oh, hey, how you doing, 21-year-old sophomore or 22-year-old senior, whatever. That's the vibe that I get. I have no knowledge of this, but this is all you're seeing. Like, people that are in school posting either direct Snapchats or screenshots of Snapchats that he's sending to college girls.
Oh, they're 18. It's fine. Well, no, it's not fine, Lane.
He's got kids in college. His daughter's in college.
I know. So before the last week, everybody would say, and we'd be right there with them, like, he embraces this role. He likes being the bad guy. He likes playing the villain. And I didn't mind it. I thought it was good for the sport. He was hated, whatever. And then you add this on top of it. Have you shifted your opinion of Kiffin at all in the last week? Because I have.
I'm not rooting for him. I think I did when he was at Ole Miss because he was the underdog and he was constantly having to build a contender via the portal, and they were piecemealing together a roster and going up and recruiting against Alabama and LSU and Georgia. But now he's a villain, full throttle, and he's not gonna have to recruit as hard as he did at Ole Miss. LSU recruits itself. You're going to get better players out of high school. You just are. And I think at the end of the day, the reason Lane went to LSU, and again, this is my opinion, not anybody else's, it's easier to get blue chip high school recruits and sustain that at LSU. It just is. These kids in the South, they go to LSU. They go to Bama. They go to Georgia. They used to go to Florida. It's hard to get a kid to go to Ole Miss because Ole Miss isn't a blue blood program. He's got more power than he's ever had. He's got more money than he's ever had. And now the recruits are just going to foam at the mouth and commit to LSU because Lane is going to embrace this villain in the purple and gold, and these high school kids are going to love it. They're going to eat it up, man.
I'm thinking about when Brian Kelly left Notre Dame, and he said a lot of that. And was he right? Was he wrong? He was probably wrong, but in this case, it's probably a little bit different with Lane. And you're right, it's going to be easier for him. It is a better job, but we've also had that conversation about Indiana versus Penn State. Indiana's the better job right now. And so, are we there with Ole Miss? Probably not. SEC runs a little bit different.
I don't think it's fair to compare Signetti and Lane, though, because Signetti's putting in the work.
Yeah.
Lane doesn't appear to be a guy who's putting in the work. Somebody else will take care of that. Somebody else will do that. They have this collective at Ole Miss called the Grove, and that's a big package of boosters that has a lot of money. Those are the people recruiting. Lane, sure, Lane helps, but you think Lane's out there doing the dirty work and putting his nose in the books like Signetti is? I don't think
Obviously not. We see what he's doing with his free time.
Hey, girl, you up? How old are you? 25? Too old. Too old.
No. Wow, that guy. I have shifted my opinion a little bit. I would root for him too. I liked him. The offensive minded younger guy. Not anymore. And he's in his 50s and he's still playing this game. Gross. All right, let's talk some Super Bowl futures. We could go in a number of directions. I just started looking AFC, NFC, and I just started jotting down teams before I even looked at the prices. I was just looking at playoff picture and went outside, teams that are out on the outside looking in right now. And man, if I were to tell you that you would get numbers like, dude, week 14, Kansas City is going to be 18-1. Week 14, Detroit is going to be 25-1. You would have thought that the quarterbacks of those teams were injured, and that's not the case at all. That's just where we are. It is a pretty level playing field. You're either good or you're bad. Half the league is good, half the league is bad. And the very top of the good, those top 5 teams, there's not a big difference between those top 5 and the teams that are 11-15 in this league. So where do you want to start the conversation with Super Bowl futures, Sam?
Well, it's a moving target, and we have to understand that. Costos on Sunday asked me, who would you bet to win the Super Bowl? And on Sunday morning, I looked at the board and said, Seattle at 12-1. That was an easy answer for me. Now Seattle's 7-8-1, 850 BetMGM. Yep. So at 850, when I could have bet 11 or 12, I'm not as interested as I was. Here are 2 teams that I pulled the board up and I said I would bet them right now. The first one's Buffalo. They're 10-1 at BetMGM. They're 11-1 at FanDuel. Now I already have Buffalo stock, so for me to want to add more is pretty telling. No, I think this AFC stinks at the top. I don't trust these teams. I think they're all right around the same. So if they're all around the same from a power rating standpoint, and I get Josh Allen in the playoffs with, I'm going to say it now, no Mahomes in the way, potentially, how do you not consider Buffalo? The only team that Buffalo can't beat is Kansas City. And Kansas City's probably going to miss the playoffs. So you take Mahomes out of the way, the boogeyman, and you give me Buffalo at a better price than I could have got in the summer when I'm betting 750. Now I can bet 11-1 with Allen. I mean, that's intriguing to me. The other team that I thought about, and I know we've missed the market on this team, and I'm still kicking myself. 3 weeks ago, they were 16-1 to win the division, and they were 8-1 to make the playoffs. So we talked about it, and I did nothing with it. One of my favorite traditions on this show.
Mm-hmm.
Houston Texans are 40-1. Is that a dumb bet?
Nope. They're still a 40?
I saw 40 this morning. Maybe that's changed. BetMGM has 30. Let me check Prop Shop real quick and see. I mean, these numbers, as we know, are fluid.
Yeah.
Best number I see. Okay. Yep. 30. All 30 now. 30, 30, 28, 28, 28, 25. So yeah, the 40s are gone. Damn.
I would have liked 40.
40 would be nice. There may be a 40 in Vegas. Let me check a couple of the Vegas apps because the prop shop only does like the American books. Let me check Westgate and Circa while you go to town here.
Houston Texans right now, they're the 8 seed. I understand where you're coming from. They're one of the teams. Oh, look, I wrote down 4 teams in the AFC. It doesn't mean I'm telling you to bet 4 teams. I just wanted to talk about these teams. And they're the 8 seed right now. They're 30. The 30 makes more sense to me. If there were 40, I think there's something there. Look, these teams that I wrote down, they're great at something. Houston has a lockdown defense. Man, are they tough. They're especially tough at home. And now Stroud is back. He looked pretty good. I wrote down Kansas City. We'll get into that conversation. I also jotted down Buffalo, so I'm with you there. Denver's the 2 seed, but Denver's 12-1 and Buffalo's 11-1. Like, it's not a long conversation. Would you rather bet Buffalo? Would you rather bet Denver? Yeah, going to Denver is going to be really difficult in the playoffs. I would still rather have the Bills.
And you get the price, most importantly. You get a better price. If you're going to bet Denver right now, you're going to get, well,
it's about
the same. Yeah, no, okay. They're about the same. I just checked. Westgate has 25. Circa has 23. So when you see those books lower than market, that's pretty telling. I think I'm rewinding to Sunday morning when the Texans were 40 because they would have been 40 before they beat the Colts. I think that's where I'm getting the 40 from.
That was a big game.
But look, a lot of people arb their futures off of Circa's price. So if Circa has a team at 15-1 and the market's at 23-1, 25-1, people will just respect the number at Circa, which is a very sharp book, and they'll see that 15, and off the 15 at Circa, they'll bet the 25 at BetMGM. In other words, they'll map out their path and bet the best prices based on what the sharp price is at Circa.
Drake May is number 2 in the NFL in total EPA. Jordan Love is 3. Who do you think is 1?
Darnold.
Nope. Not Darnold.
Don't tell me
AFC.
it's Caleb Williams. It can't be. Okay, I was going to say.
Not Caleb. AFC.
Daniel Jones?
Nope.
Patrick
Mahomes.
It's too bad they can't run the ball and don't have a pass rush.
Yep. 6-6. 5 games left. Houston, Chargers, both at home. At Tennessee. Host Denver. At Vegas. So the 2 easy games are on the road. They haven't been able to win on the road. But the 2 easy ones are on the road. And then you have 3 better teams, Texans, Chargers, Broncos, all at home. What do the Chiefs have to do to make the playoffs? 6-6, 5 games left.
Win out?
4-1? 4-1 or sweep?
I mean, at least 4-1. And this is funny because when Schwartz was on, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, we were saying the same thing. We were talking about Kansas City, and they were 5-5. And people are like, oh, they can go 5-2. And Jeff and I are like, what have they shown you over the last 10 that tells you they can go 5-2? Like they're not playing good football right now. And they're not winning close games. They're not making big plays. I have 10 toes down a month ago. I said they're not going to the Super Bowl. And this is after other people on the network were saying they're going to make the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. So like I've been out on Kansas City for a month. They're just, if you watch the games, they're just not good. They have a really good quarterback, a great quarterback, but everything around them is bad. Like they don't tackle. They don't get to the quarterback. They can't run the football. Like, we only think the Chiefs are going to do what they usually do because of what they've done, not because of what they're doing.
The tough schedule came back to get them. These 3 losses in 4 games at Buffalo, at Denver, at Dallas. Teams that are really tough at home. And they lost all those games. They lost them all by 1 score. And they started losing these 1-score games. I do think they're going to make a run. I'm marking down, win at Vegas, win at Tennessee, and then they're probably going to beat the Chargers. You've got Herbert now with a busted left arm. How's he going to play? They say he's going to play. We'll see. Houston, Denver. It's going to come down to those 2 games, and what do they do? They have to win at least one of them. But yeah, they probably have to go 4-1, and then they can sneak in. Maybe have to sweep. 18-1.
But then they got to win 3 games on the road, man. You got to go on the road 3 straight times and win. That's not easy to do. I know people think Mahomes can just do it, but it's not.
You're right.
It's not going to be easy.
You're right. This Thursday night game is massive. Detroit-Dallas. I want to bet one of those 2 teams. I wish I knew which team was going to win on Thursday. Then it would make things a lot easier. Detroit 25-1, Dallas 70-1. We'll talk about that coming up, and also take a look at the awards market next. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I want to wrap up the Super Bowl conversation before we jump over to the awards. Welcome back here on Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. We talked a lot about the AFC, not as much on the NFC. Here's the lead, Sam, because to your point about the AFC just being weak and it's wide open, this screams it. This truly backs it up. Look at the odds. NFC, 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 NFC. The top 4 teams for Super Bowl odds are all in the NFC before they even get to an AFC team. So that certainly supports what you said about how awful the AFC is this year, which is insane when you look at the quarterbacks in that conference.
It really makes me want to do more AFC stuff than Super Bowl in some weird way. But then I could also be convinced, well, look, if the top 4 teams that win the Super Bowl are in the NFC, that gives the AFC some value. But it also it's a complex conversation because if the books are saying,
because I would say, right? But I still think the NFC is wide open, so we've got more value on these teams down the board in the NFC.
The truth is, the top 8 teams in the NFL right now are separated by less than 2 points. So, knowing that, there's value down the board. The value is not on the Rams or the Seahawks. I mean, it's definitely not on the Seahawks. We were talking about them at 30-1 to win the conference. Now they're 850 to win the Super Bowl. So you're not going to find the relative value there. The value now is on teams like the Bills at 10 or the Colts at 15, who are going in the wrong direction. The Lions at 22. The Chargers are just so banged up on the O-line, but that's a team that was 22 to 1. Now they're 40 to 1. Like, you're not trying to be late to the Rams, Seahawk, Bronco, Patriot party. You're trying to be ahead of the curve before these other teams get hot. If they get hot, the Bills, the Colts, the Lions. I can't get there on the Niners. The Cowboys. The Cowboys are 70 to 1, like you said. Like, if Dallas gets in, what's that price? If they make the playoff, they're at minimum 30 to 1. Even that sounds high. Like 25, maybe? If they get into the playoff. Forget 70. Forget it.
Let's have that Cowboys conversation. So we talked about how dangerous they are. Dak playing at a very high level. It was a defense that was laughed at in the first couple months of the season. Nobody's laughing anymore. They make some additions to that D-line, then all of a sudden things have certainly changed, right? They have the 3rd easiest schedule moving forward. 3rd softest schedule in the NFL. Detroit on Thursday, we mentioned that, but after that, is it easy? Minnesota, who's under center? Is it going to be Brosmer, like McCarthy? Does it matter? Minnesota, Chargers, Commanders, Giants. That's their remaining schedule. I'm giving them Minnesota, Washington. Well, maybe I shouldn't with Washington. Jaden Daniels could come back, but I'm giving them Minnesota and the Giants right now. That puts them at 8 wins with a tie. And so between Detroit, Chargers, Commanders, if you get 2, you're definitely in. What if? So right now you look at it like, okay, if they sneak in, it's going to be tough. They're going to have to go on the road. What if they catch the Eagles?
Just beat
Eagles
them.
Just lost back-to-back games. Yep. You just beat them. You end up splitting on the year. But let's see. What do the Eagles have? They go to the Chargers this week. They have Vegas. They have Washington, Buffalo. Okay, they got Washington twice. There's a chance they could catch them, though. There's a real chance here. So Dallas 70 to 1. Man. So let's play this out with Thursday. Do they have to win Thursday to make it?
Yes.
Okay. So you just grab the 70. You don't wait on it. You don't wait and say, okay, well, if they lose, it's going to be like 100, and then I'm going to jump in, because then it's going to be so hard to get in.
If they win on Thursday, we're talking about a price that'll go from 70 to 45, maybe 40. See, that's because I just know how things work, because the book has to lower it and then people are still going to bet it. So that number that I threw out about if they get in at 25 is too high because they're not in. They're 6-5-1 and they're 70. If they're 7-5-1, they're 40. If they're in the playoffs, they're 20 or 18. So that's how the math would work if they were to do their jobs. I still, though, I'd rather bet NFC at 30-1 than Super Bowl at 70 because I have an easier out point, an easier exit. I can exit or hedge in the NFC Championship game. If you have a Super Bowl ticket, it becomes more difficult because you got to win the title game to get to the Super Bowl. Can you imagine, by the way, if we get to the NFC Championship and it's Dallas against Green Bay? Can you imagine?
It'd be awesome. And it could be. Houston. Like, I'm looking at these teams that are 6, 7, 8 seeds right now. That's how wide open this is. In the past, you would never do that. You would just look at the very top and have that conversation. Like, I'm looking past New England. I'm looking past Denver. Like, those are the 1 and 2 seeds right now in the AFC. The 1 and 2 seeds in the NFC are Chicago and the LA Rams, while the LA Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. So you're not going to bet it now at less than 5-1. But man, it's a fun year. And there are all these crazy things that could happen. Cincinnati has a soft schedule the rest of the way. What if Burrow wins 5 in a row like he did last year at the end of this season? That happens again. Can they sneak in? Anybody can pick a favorite team. So if you go long shot, I'm identifying a long shot as, let's call it 25-1 or higher. What's your play right now?
To win the Super Bowl.
You can go NFC. You can, you just say Super Bowl, like deep run, right? That's what we're looking for.
You know what? I'm going to stop being a bitch, and I'm going to bet the Cowboys to win the NFC at 30-1. I'm tired of giving good bets that I don't bet and win. Yes. Cowboys NFC champion 30-1. I'm betting
Cowboys
it during the
win.
break.
Cowboys win on Thursday. Let's text Shay, see where he's at on this.
We should get Shay on the show Thursday, actually.
Yeah,
we should.
It's a good idea. Woo! Yeah, I mean, he's probably got a lot to say because, like, the Texas hype train, even though they have 3 losses in the SEC, and most people were saying, okay, you get 3 losses, you're automatically out. They beat 3 top 10 teams. Like, tonight is going to be a lot about Miami, Ole Miss, and Texas. So I'm really looking forward. We know it's a TV show and all that stuff, but as you get to the end, what the committee is saying does mean a lot.
No doubt. I'm just thinking more big picture from this segment. If you turn on a TV show, they're all going to be debating who's going to win the Super Bowl, the Rams or the Packers. And we're like, no. What about the Cowboys? 70s.
What about the Texans?
Like,
forever
Texans,
looking
for value.
40. We lost the 40.
Well, there's nobody on TV that's going to have this conversation because everybody wants to tell you the obvious.
Yes.
Everything that's obvious is talked about on TV. These are the conversations that you have to have because this is how people that are trying to make money think about it. When everybody's saying the Rams, you don't want to be on the Rams. You want to be on the Rams before all that. You want to be on the Rams 6 weeks ago, not December 2nd. And, playing it forward, if the Cowboys win on Thursday and win the next couple games, we're all going to remember this conversation. Because then everybody on TV, don't let that get in. Don't let the Cowboys get hot. Well, we talked about it 3 weeks ago. Cowards.
You have a bet that you thought was dead, and I don't think it's dead. And I'm looking at it this morning. Yes, I have a JSN ticket at a big number, so I'm thrilled with where he's at. He's a pick'em price right now, Jonathan Taylor for Offensive Player of the Year. The number keeps floating on Christian McCaffrey. It's 40. Like the amount of touches he gets every game. Let me look it up.
I see BetMGM's got 15.
15? I saw 40 this morning, man.
I believe you. I'm just saying that's a huge gap. I might. I mean, at 40, I would take some more 40. Why not for $100?
Blue Book is 40. You're right. Everybody else is 15 to 20 range.
Okay. Well, people listening to this show are probably going to move that off the 40 if I don't do it myself. I mean, you bet $100 to win 4,000. 5 people bet that, they're down to 20. Like that's how it works. It's all liability. They don't have any McCaffrey liability. They're trying to create some because they're probably inundated with Taylor and JSN money. So what they're doing right now is, all right, let's just move to 40 and write some bets. They don't know the Bet Sweats Army's ready to tee off on them at 40 to 1.
Well, neither of those guys, Taylor or JSN, did anything this weekend. But they're still just kind of, okay, it's going to be one of them. I don't know, man. Someone's going to get all this credit. Somebody's going to get some credit for everything that San Francisco is doing this year. And how are they doing it? Not quite sure. But they keep winning. I would think somebody's going to get some credit as long as this continues. And then you just see CMC and he's out there getting 1 million touches every game. Like, okay, if these guys falter a little bit down the stretch like they did this past week, there could be an opening. He'd be the guy.
I would love that. I have already counted a lot of those bets as losers on McCaffrey. I'm so upset, man, because I think about the Niners thing a lot. I really thought Saleh going there was going to be the bee's knees. And it turns out it was true. The problem is 3 of their best 4 players on defense are hurt. Like I said this yesterday, if they didn't have all the injuries on defense, we'd be talking about them as a Super Bowl contender. But they're not because their defense is shredded by injuries. But they're going to win 12 or 13 games, man, even with everybody hurt.
Yep. No, it's remarkable for them to have 9 wins with everything that they've dealt with. Truly remarkable job by Shanahan. And that's something that we need to discuss probably coming up in the final hour of the show, because I know you want to talk about Shanahan for Coach of the Year, even though everybody assumes that it's got to be Vrabel, it's got to be Ben Johnson. I don't know. There's a lot of football left. Talk about that coming up and more, and also a Heisman watch. You didn't get to that yet. We'll do that next right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
rising? Who's falling? And is there a play to be made? It's Heisman Watch on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
A lot of college coming your way in the final hour of the show. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time for a few more weeks right here on the BetMGM Network. You can follow us on social media. Sam on X at SP Shoot. I'm there at Joe Ostrowski. In about 20 minutes, we'll have more college to get to because a loyal listener of ours reached out about what to do with his 100-1 Virginia ticket. They're a 3.5-point favorite in the ACC championship. So we'll get to that and talk about tonight's college basketball slate. A lot of good games. Some highly ranked teams facing off tonight in college hoops if you're looking for something to watch, something to bet on. And then we will wrap with our lightning bets. But every Tuesday morning, Sam, we hit on the Heisman Watch, give you the update. It's not as long as the conversation as it's been throughout the year. And this is something that we started talking about at least a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, that look, we can throw out all these different ideas, but the fact of the matter is that the Heisman Trophy is probably going to be decided by the quarterback that has the better game. And if that quarterback wins that game, and that game being the Big Ten championship between Ohio State and Indiana. And if you look at the BetMGM odds, at the very top, you see Julian Sayin and Fernando Mendoza, 1-2. It's Ohio State, Indiana, 1-2 in the rankings. It's Ohio State, Indiana in the Big Ten championship with these two quarterbacks facing off. And now we're here. We got here. We've been talking about it for a long, long time. And it seems like that's the case, but maybe there's some evidence that would be pushing against that idea. I still think we're here. Saying Mendoza, better quarterback on Saturday. If they win, they're going to get the Heisman. How about you?
Well, I thought that yesterday, and I think the market did too. You may want to hit refresh on the Heisman market, though. I did not see this coming because yesterday Diego Pavia was 6-1 at multiple books.
Yeah.
He's now the second favorite at BetMGM. He is plus 170. He's ahead of Mendoza now. And I got a message about this last night from Mr. Lewis, who listens to our show, and he said Pavia started out the day 6-1. This is yesterday. So Monday morning, it's Mendoza saying basically co-favorite, depending on the shot. Pavia is 6-1. Mr. Lewis says now he's under 3-1 everywhere, and there's a plus 195 at FanDuel. Wild movement on a day without football, he says. And guess what? Mr. Lewis also has a Pavia ticket at 200-1.
Woo!
So he's freaking out. He's freaking out right now in a good way because he's seeing this. Because when a guy is 6-1 on Monday, that doesn't change going into Tuesday because there's not a game. None of these guys played. Exactly. So why does Diego Pavia, I mean, I know the answer. I'm asking rhetorically. Yeah. Why does a guy go from 6-1 to plus 170 without any results? Somebody's driving that thing. And then I got a text from Felica this morning, and he said the one thing to factor in with the Heisman is the regional voting. Pavia is the only SEC candidate. He's the only one for Heisman.
Great angle.
He will essentially, Felica continues, he will essentially get every first place vote in the SEC and a ton of West Coast votes from the people remembering him from New Mexico State.
Yes.
The Midwest guys, if they play, if that game on Saturday is 17-14 or 20-17, and each guy has a pick or two, and Pavia doesn't play, that's what's happening. People are taking that narrative or that storyline and just betting Pavia. And they bet him from 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to plus 170. That's what's happening.
That's a great angle. So the Midwest votes are not split between two guys. They're split between three guys. Jeremiah Love, too. He's going to get a little bit of love. Wow, that's really interesting. Okay, that explains it. I don't think it's a crazy idea. Now, what I think still happens is I still think that you look at it and people are going to be obsessed with what happens in this game. Everybody's going to be watching the Big Ten championship. And I expect one of these quarterbacks to have a top-notch performance, and the announcers will be going off about how great they are and blah, blah, blah. This is the Heisman moment. You know it. You know it's going to be happening. Is that a Gus and Klatt game?
Yeah, it's a Fox game. The Big Ten game?
Oh,
of course.
Oh, Gus is going to be screaming about, oh, that's the Heisman moment. Yeah. And he's going to fake losing his voice. And
it's a little too much bass there. A little too much volume in your impersonation. You got to kind of do this.
It's fake, whatever he's doing. Whatever.
Give the Heisman. Oh, the Heisman. Somebody also, I got a text earlier. Somebody said that they appreciated my Yoda impersonation, and I appreciate the appreciation. Plus 600 it was. That's a crazy move, though, dude.
But somebody else appreciated your Desmond Howard yesterday.
I should just start doing impersonations. I got a lot
doesn't
that
say
people
words.
don't know about.
Yeah,
no,
like,
you just laugh.
If you don't want to
It's a
do the hot
cackle.
takes, if you don't want to do the embarrassing stuff like that, you do the impersonation.
Well, the reason why my Yoda senses started tingling is because Jake played a highlight of Adam Amin calling the Carolina touchdown. And I started laughing coming back from break because Amin, who we love Adam Amin, on the call, if Jake has the audio ready, I don't know if we can even play this. Adam Amin says, 2 for 2 is Carolina on 4th down. Not Carolina is 2 for 2 on 4th down. That's Yoda. Right. You just flip the sentence. 2 for 2 they are on 4th down. Like that's Yoda. You take a sentence and then just mix it up. So that's why I got on my Yoda tangent today, because Adam Amin said 2 for 2 Carolina is today. That's a Yoda sentence.
Speaking of announcers, I know you saw it. Maybe you were in a place where you didn't want to comment. What'd you think of Benetti in the cowboy hat with RG3?
Oh, Christ. How much time do we have?
Let me say this, that Awful Announcing also posted about it because they saw the same thing. And very funny. RG3 quote tweeted that. If you missed it, RG3's wearing a cowboy hat. They're doing the Cincinnati game, right? And so was Benetti. And Benetti's had like a little sheriff thing in the front. I tweeted a photo out at Joe Ostrowski if you want to check it out.
Good grief.
If RG3 quote tweets that photo from Awful Announcing and their story, and he says, it's Woody from Toy Story and Shabuzi.
That's funny. I know we give RG3 a lot of flack on the show. That is funny.
Yes.
I wouldn't say Woody, though. Benetti's not that handsome. I'm sorry. He's not Woody. He's not a leading man. Anyways, Jake has that's a very good comment by RG3. Jake, can you play the beginning of the Adam Amin touchdown call for Panthers Rams, please?
2 for 2 today is Carolina.
See? 2 for 2 today is Carolina. That's Yoda. 2 for 2 today is Carolina. Not Carolina is 2 for 2 today. All right, I'm done.
Yes,
I'm done.
Yes,
I've said my piece, and we can move back on to Woody and Shabuzi if you'd like.
So there's a lot of, Pavia in the betting world, that's the lead here. But the other part is, wait, these odds on our screen right now says Sand plus 150. That's the shortest number on the board. He's the second name, but he's the favorite. Barely.
Yeah.
But why? Why is he the favorite? Athletic straw poll this morning, he's fourth. The On 3 straw poll yesterday, he's fourth. Like all of a sudden, everybody decided, you know what? Yeah, exactly. Is he 1? I thought he was 2. I thought it was Mendoza.
I thought Pavia was 1 in the On 3, not the Athletic poll.
Oh, I thought it was. I saw the exact same order in both. I saw Mendoza, Pavia, Love, Sand.
Okay. All right.
It's
then I
close.
stand corrected there.
It's close with Pavia and Love.
Here's a better question. If I'm a voter right now, and they're all tied, what do I often do? What did we do last year in the Heisman? We'll vote for the biggest personality, the biggest flash. I mean, Sayin and Mendoza are boring. They're boring. This guy's mom is grinding on fans. The brothers are getting arrested. This is a personality to the ninth power. This guy is a freight train in terms of motion in the right direction. Oh, Julian Sayin threw 12 screen passes again against Minnesota, and they won 35-3. Yay! I'm just saying, there's no elite candidate. And when there's no elite candidate, voters get weird. That's how you end up with Travis Hunter last year. That's how you end up with a running back or a guy like Diego Pavia, who, he had 450 yards of offense, but he didn't. That wasn't a Heisman game. But I think it's a lack
did
of,
nothing wrong.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lack of Sayin and Mendoza grabbing it and taking it.
Yeah. Sayin did nothing wrong, but he goes from 1 to 4. It's based on what? I guess just change of opinion. People are this guy's not the Heisman. Get out of here with that. And then he just goes from 1 to 4 in that athletic poll. So Mendoza's the leader, but it's neck and neck with Pavia. 56 points for Mendoza, 52 points for Pavia, and then it drops down to Love with 23 points and Sayin 18. So first place votes, they go Mendoza 9, Pavia 11, Love 2. So what the athletic straw poll, and this is the time when it matters. We told the story, I've made money looking at the straw poll in this week heading into the conference championship games. What are they saying? The athletic poll with actual voters is saying it's going to be Mendoza or Pavia. You can forget about Love. You can forget about Sayin. Love doesn't play. Sayin does play. Pavia doesn't play. But they're saying it's going to be Mendoza or Pavia. It's also saying to me that Love is going to be third place. That's the other part of this with Sayin. Not only does he slip, but he slips to 4. It doesn't slip to 3. Marcel Reed obviously falls off with their result from the week. But Love's going to be invited to New York. He's going to be third, and it's going to be Mendoza or Pavia. And, Falika's angle on the regions, I think, is really smart. I got annoyed this morning because I looked at last year. I'm like, wait, how close was it with Hunter and Genty? And it was fair. It was pretty close. But then I was reminded how many hundreds of voters there are. It's so stupid. It's way too many voters still. I know they've tried to clean it up. They got a lot more work to do.
And the other problem with betting Jeremiah Love right now, and clearly you look at the odds, BetMGM pushed him out to 20-1. Yeah. They know he's not winning it. And here's why. It's not really fair to Jeremiah Love, but what voters will do is they will take Love's numbers and compare them to Genty's numbers from last year.
Yep.
And Genty had crazy stats because he touched the ball way more. And, if we didn't vote for Genty, why are we voting for Love when Genty's numbers were much better than Love's? That's how the voters think, because a lot of voters are stupid. It's a linear thing for them.
Do you want to hear the comparison? Because I looked it up this morning.
The odds or the stats?
The stats. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So Genty had 374 carries last year. Love had 199. So workload alone.
It's crazy.
Workload alone, 29 touchdowns for Genty. Love had 21. So they're close in touchdowns. And guess what? Yards per carry? The same. 7-0 for Genty, 6-9 for Love. Love just didn't get the opportunities. If he had the workload that Genty had, he would have had such a better season and he'd win this Heisman.
He would have maybe had the best running back season of all time for a college back. If he touched the ball almost 400 times, he'd have 35 touchdowns.
What about the golf cart?
I don't even know. So what's the yards per carry on Love?
6.9.
6.9. So if he had 375 carries, he'd have 2,500 yards. And
how many touchdowns
least,
is the question?
I'm going to say 30. I mean,
Okay.
if you double his touches and he's got 21 touchdowns, you got to give him at least 10 more. No,
35 probably.
Yeah, man. But they pass the ball a ton. Like, that's why
I know.
Notre Dame is so dangerous. And that's
Sure.
why Notre Dame's getting into the playoff over Miami, whether you like it or not, because they're dangerous.
You didn't have to stay up late against Stanford. You turn it on, it's 21-0. Like, wait, what? What?
Oh, but they
The week
lost in
before-
August. Joe, they lost in August in a monsoon.
They suck. You're right. Notre Dame sucks. It's hilarious. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk some more college football, college hoops on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. We will talk some college hoops, a big card tonight. We know most of you will be watching and taking a look at that, maybe getting some action down on that one. We'll talk some college football. Just wrapping up the Heisman conversation. I don't know that there's anything to do here. We talked about the Pavia move, respected money, all in on Pavia. I think it's a sharp angle. It makes sense. What do you think, Sam? If we have a good performance out of one of the two quarterbacks in the Big Ten championship game this weekend, will that quarterback win it, or is it going to be Pavia?
If one of the Big Ten quarterbacks has 3 touchdown passes, that's it. That's the winner.
It's over.
I think the move is just because of the possibility of a defensive showdown. That's sort of what it is. But remember, just because it's a move doesn't mean it's right. It's just people doing the math and realizing that, okay, 6-1 isn't right. 4-1 isn't right, because none of these candidates have had their big moment yet, which I think is very valid. Now, Mendoza had the throw against Penn State, a real team, but you were a 14-point favorite in that game. So is it that heroic? I don't know. I mean, we sort of blur the lines on that. It was an incredible throw. But for 3 quarters, Fernando Mendoza kind of sucked against Penn State. But what matters more?
Phenomenal
the first
catch.
3 quarters or the fourth quarter? Oh, yeah, the catch was insane, of course.
Yeah.
Caused our guy to lose his voice on the call. Touchdown. So what's more important? The throw in the fourth quarter to win the game against a 14-point favorite, or the first 3 quarters against said team when he wasn't that good? I don't know. But to win the Big Ten championship with a 300-yard, 3-touchdown performance to cement the perfect season, I would think that would be enough. And at that point, whether it's Mendoza or Sayin, that guy, whoever it is, goes from plus 150 to minus 400, right? The market on the game, though, the total, last I saw, the total was still 48. Yeah, so.
Yep.
But these defenses have been very, very good. And I think there's a path to 17-14 or 20-17. And if that's the case, we're talking minimal touchdowns. And that's what Pavia needs. Pavia needs a rock fight to win the Heisman. I mean, just because it moved from 6-1 to plus 170 doesn't mean he's going to win. It just means the uncertainty is very real. But what Diego Pavia needs to win the Heisman is a defensive slugfest in Indy. That's what he needs.
Which could very well happen, right? Given these two teams, that could definitely happen. So another reason for that angle. Wow. It's fascinating. Here we are, Conference Championship week. Could be any one of, people are going to say 3, but I think 2 players. I think it's coming down to 2. That's what the market, that's what these straw polls is telling us right now. All right, let's go to one of our favorite listeners and viewers tweeted us, Mikey Betts. He reached out to us at Joe Ostrowski at SP Shoot. That was yesterday. He says, if you get a chance, I have a 100-1 Virginia ticket to win the ACC from before the season. He's thinking about hedging. 100-1. So you've got the favorite in the game against Duke. They're a 3.5-point favorite. My thought is waiting and hoping for a Duke plus 3.5 and hedging 20% on that and hope Virginia wins by 3 or less. Thoughts? Let's go into this assuming I don't know what the bet size is. He didn't show his ticket. It doesn't really matter. But just for the sake of the conversation, let's say that he put down 100 to win 10 grand. What do you think?
I mean, we can make it as simple as he bet a unit to win 100 units if you want.
Yeah.
Like that makes the math a little bit easier. And then we're not assuming what the bet size is. Let's just call it 100 units to play with. And look, maybe it's half a unit to win 50. But just for the sake of this argument, let's just, to make it an even number, let's say it's a 1 unit bet to win 100.
Okay.
You got the 3.5 in front of your face right now. Like, you can take the 3.5 right now and shoot the middle. I think that's sort of what he's leaning toward, and I understand that. My concern with taking the 3.5 for a big position is that these games are usually not that close.
Yeah.
So you've got a wide variety of outcomes. I brought this up during the break yesterday, and I said, well, why don't you just take the Duke money line? Like, that way you're not really risking anything. You're getting a plus price. You can get plus 150 now if you were to shop around and get the best number. And conversely, the worst side is the plus 130. So Mikey's going to have to get every cent he can, because a money line bet at plus 130 and a money line bet at plus 150, when you start talking about 10 units, is just an astronomical change. Well, maybe not astronomical, but let's see. So you make that, let's say you're going to do a 10-unit hedge off your 100 units. 10 times 1.3 is 13. 10 times 1.5 is 15. So you're talking about an extra, chunk of change there. That's what I would do. I would bet a little bit of that, just a little, because you made a good bet. You're favored in the game. Duke has 5 losses. You did your job. You did your job. I would never overhedge here. He said 20%. That feels a little high. But again, it's not my money. It's not my position.
Yeah, you have the favorite. Like, it's a great position, and it's more than a field goal. It makes you feel good. I think that's a really good point about how a lot of these games end up being blowouts. Now, a couple of them this weekend are going to be very competitive. It's going to be one-score games. That's the norm. But as far as the ACC, I won't mention last year, field goal game. But you're right. Like, you'd have to go back a handful of years before you see another game that ended up being that close. I would hate for him to put 20% down and Duke get blown off the field. That's a lot of money.
You're like, why did I do that? 20 units on a team with 5 losses would not be me. But
yeah,
here's the truth.
If it is $100 bet, you're talking about putting $2,000 on it on Duke. You want
the
to do that?
mathematical truth is Mikey bet the guys at 100-1, and now they're minus 170. Like, that alone speaks to how strong his position is. So if you bet a team at 100 and now they're minus 170, I would not be departing with 20% of my position. That's all. I think 10% is more than fair. And I would do money line at plus 150. 10% of my 100 units on the Duke money line. Final answer from me.
And I would take the points. I would take the plus 3.5, because I just have I feel so bad. I just love that chance of you being able to scoop both. And you're outside of a field goal. I think there's a decent chance that it ends up happening. Where it's a 3-point game. So I would scoop the 3. And, Duke could win too. And then you're right on that. I just don't like writing off, taking a chunk of my potential winnings and 100% writing it off, even though, yeah, you want to get something there. I get it. You would hedge though, right? With this 100-1 ticket. Like, we don't always hedge. We're not huge on hedging, but with 100-1, I feel like you got to, and you have the favorite.
Yeah, if I bet 100 to win 10,000, I would definitely hedge something. I would try and leave there with, I try and leave with 1,000 no matter what on a $100 bet, and that's what I said, 10%.
Yeah, I don't mind the 20% idea. Since are you going to be upset if you win $8,000 instead of 10? But you have peace of mind. I think you'll be okay with it. And the plus 3.5, you have a chance to scoop both. So
it's a hell of a bet.
One of us,
hell of a bet, man.
Yeah.
Let's just say that. I mean, an incredible bet.
Who was saying that? It was all about Miami and Clemson, right? Before the year? Who was saying
Everybody.
Virginia?
Nobody. I said, I remember specifically saying it's Miami, Clemson, and then everybody else. And people like me cause Virginia to be 100-1. I'm curious too. And Mikey, if you're listening or you're going to listen to the podcast, like, I'm curious why you bet this. You don't need to tell us, but I'm very curious why you decided to bet Virginia at 100-1. Is it Tony Elliott belief? Is it Chandler Morris? Did you watch him at other places? Like, I would have never made that bet, ever.
He's very good at grabbing numbers.
Yeah, he was the one that had
clear.
the Blues to make the playoffs at, 10-1?
Yep.
Last year?
He's always hunting for value. So when he's on something, like he tweets us, I'm like, oh, okay, we should probably take a look and investigate that one. So, yeah, for sure. All right. College hoops, number of ranked teams facing off. You've got Duke, an 8.5-point favorite against Florida. UConn laying 1.5 to 2 against Kansas. Kentucky and North Carolina. You got Kentucky 6.5-point favorite. Those are your ranked matchups, but there's some other good, like Big Ten matchups I'm looking forward to. Purdue, that's a monster number at Rutgers. It's now 15.5. Sparty laying 5.5 against Iowa. Some great college hoops action tonight.
I like Kansas, and as I say that, it looks like Darren Peterson has been upgraded, and Kansas is getting bet. Now, they're calling him questionable, but he was doubtful. That's Kansas's phenom, who's going to be a top 5 pick in the draft. And UConn is now a 1.5-point favorite at multiple books. You can get 2s in Vegas. Most of our audience is not in Vegas, so let's just call it 1.5. I like Kansas tonight. That's a 9:00 tip on the East Coast. Give me Kansas plus 1.5, especially if Peterson's going to play, which it sounds like he's trending in that direction. That's a Kansas bet for me, man. And the other game that I thought about was Iowa. I've loved Izzo in these dog rolls for years. I bet them. We had a game. I forget who they played. It was in the Champions Classic. Was it Kentucky, I think, earlier this year? You and I were on the air for that game.
Okay.
And I gave Michigan State plus 5, and they won by 20. I like Sparty in the dog roll, but that number of death, man, now they're a 5.5-point favorite, and everybody's betting them too. Like if we did a prop shop tonight on college basketball, if we did a room in college basketball, Michigan State minus 5.5 would be in the room. I lean to Iowa in the game.
They've got Sparty. They have Duke on Saturday too, so they got some big games coming up. Yeah,
I was really good, man. I was really good.
Okay. They also, I know a lot of people are going to look at it and say that they haven't played anybody. I mean, that's true based on what we've seen so far, but they're going to have a real test today. They're going to find out. No, I mean, they're going to start to play some tougher teams. They got Iowa State coming up next week as well. So 5.5. Do you think the number will touch 6 then if they're going to be in the room?
Yeah, possibly. The thing is, Iowa's either going to win the game outright or lose by 15. That's what Iowa's going to do. And I hate to play both sides, and I'm not. I like Iowa. I would definitely take Iowa tonight. I like Kansas more, but Iowa's got really high efficiency shooters, and they can shoot inside, outside. They're 8th in the country right now in 2-pointers made. So, they get to the basket, they make their layups, and then that spaces out the floor. They're shooting 39% from 3. So that's an inside-outside combo on offense. And defensively, they've been better than they've been in years. Fran teams didn't play defense. I'm looking at KenPom right now. Not that I'm looking at KenPom to handicap the game, but, these Fran defenses the last 3 years, 168th in the country, 157th in the country, 167th in the country, and this year they're 27th with nice wins over Xavier and Ole Miss. It's a much better defense, and that's what Ben McCollum brings. Fran played like a maniac. We're going to just run. We're going to run and gun. We're not going to get back. Well, this team gets back, but you still got the shooters that you need. So this Iowa team, I'm telling you, man, they're a lot better than people think.
I want to ask you about Rutgers. They got a tough week. They've got Michigan this weekend. They've got Purdue tonight. They're getting 15.5 at home. 15. It's been a rough start. They lost to Central Connecticut, man. So the numbers are way down on Rutgers, but this number has come down. It was higher. It was 16.5, 17, and now we're at 15.5. So a little bit of support here on Rutgers Is this too many points to lay 15.5 with Perdon't?
Well, as the board lights up right now to 14.5, I'm guessing the 15.5 is too much. Yeah.
Damn.
I like the over in the game. I like the over 144.5.
They've been hitting that one all day. 16.5 down to 15.5, now 14.5. So yeah, I guess they're answering my question. That Rutgers is a look there. But would you do it at 14.5? That's the question. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets next. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll get to Lightning Bets coming up in a few. Been a fun show this Tuesday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us here. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. Let's why don't you set up the Marty Smith? Because you saw the clip. I did not, and you understand more of the backstory. Marty Smith on the Pat McAfee show.
ESPN reporter who was handling the case, Lane Kiffin, to question mark. Where is Lane going to go? Assuming he leaves, where does he go? So Marty Smith has been all over this. The day that Lane departed from Ole Miss and Ole Miss rolled his clothes out into the parking lot and announced the new head coach, Pete Golding, Lane finally told Marty Smith, I'm ready to do this one-on-one. Marty Smith's been waiting 36 hours to do this one-on-one on Lane leaving and where he's going and why. Yesterday, after our show, Marty Smith went on the Pat McAfee show on ESPN to explain how he got to Lane Kiffin at the airport. Jake, rip it.
And I'm going to tell you something now. I've been getting my balls busted constantly about that by everybody in the world for driving that loaf of bread. But you know what? God is so good.
Yes, he is.
If I didn't have that van in that chaotic moment where we're running to get Lane Kiffin, there's no way I can fit my whole crew, all the cameras, all the gear in one vehicle. But I had the loaf of bread. All right, so we all getting the loaf of bread. And Lane is basically giving me the play-by-play on where he is, and we're wheeling this van.
That's right.
And we take a left. And when we take a left off this highway, there is all these fire trucks that have blocked off the road. There's firemen blocking the road. Well, I said, to hell with it. We're Bo Duking this thing.
Hell yeah. What?
So there's a field that I drove around the barricade, through all of this farm equipment. The van's bottoming out. We're bombing this thing through ditches, over the hill and through the woods to this road. And then I mapped this van all the way up on top of the hill to the tarmac area. And there he stood, laughing his ass off.
See, now it makes sense because I saw the interview and Lane was laughing his ass off at the start. And he was just like, hold on. First off, I'm giving you the exclusive because that maneuver you made was so impressive. I didn't understand the lay of the land or that he was driving a loaf of bread. You see the picture. It is a loaf of bread. That's very funny. That's hilarious. That brings a lot of context. Good job. Always working hard, Marty Smith.
It's a white conversion van. If anybody knows anybody in a band, it's what bands use to lug their equipment around. It's one of those, like, it's a hot dog van. It looks like somebody took a Chevy Astro and just pulled bumper to bumper outward to stretch the car out like an accordion. It's an ugly van. So picture Lane at the top of this hill watching Marty Smith, drive through the woods over the hills and far away to get to Lane, who, by the way, did you notice in the one-on-one, they're standing at the entrance of the airport, and in the background, there's a fence covered in barbed wire. It's right on the side.
I saw that.
Like, this is so funny. Yeah.
It was crazy. And we've had a lot of movement in college football over the last few days. Oh, by the way, the season's still going on. We still have conference championships. We still have to find out what's happening with the playoff. And, all this stuff is being decided. It's very strange times. Who's going to Penn State?
Sataki?
Is he? Stealing him?
That's the rumor. I guess. They're going to give him
that'd be a good get.
Contract.
Are you a fan? You don't look convinced.
At 8 figures a year for that guy? No, I'm not. I'm not that excited. I mean, they're going to give him like $10 million a year.
Whew. What are their other options at this point?
You know what's crazy is that Franklin's better than anything they're going to hire.
Wow.
He is.
They thought we're mighty Penn State. we've got to do this. We're going to be the number one destination, and it's not going to be close. And they weren't. And they weren't. Florida's better. Obviously, LSU's better. Let me ask you this. Is Ole Miss better?
So here's the rumor of what's happening. Jimmy Sexton, as we know, is the biggest power broker in college. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Sexton not only represents Herb Street and Saban and Lane, but he represents James Franklin. And guess who ain't happy about how it went down at Penn State? Jimmy Sexton. So there's this rumor now that Jimmy Sexton is bad-mouthing and blackballing Penn State and telling people do not go there.
Wow. Oh, you don't want to upset him. Got to be very careful. You're right, though. Like, James Franklin, that would probably be better than what their options are. But jobs got filled very quickly. Why not take Chesney instead of letting him go to UCLA?
I don't know. That's who I would have hired.
Yeah.
I said that many times. I'm a big Chesney
You did.
guy. I don't know if he's going to win at UCLA because you're now competing with, Oregon and USC out west. And it's much easier in the Northeast when it's just like, it's Penn State kind of on an island up there. Then you got Ohio State a little bit inland. But, I think it's tougher to win at UCLA than it is at Penn State, given how bad UCLA is right now. But we'll see. Give them time.
They better get Sataki. They better. What if they don't get him? Then they're completely screwed. I'd rather have him than Pat Fitzgerald. I'll say that, given the options that are there now. But yeah, now they're going to face a real team. What's up,
You're a big Fitz
Dykstra?
guy.
What's up, Dykstra? Where's your team at now?
Are you more of a Fitz guy
State
or a
people.
Jim Phillips guy? Which guy are you more of?
When Felder was talking about the tiebreakers that they don't have in that conference, I'm like, yeah, Jim Phillips messing up again. How they need to change things in the ACC. He's still there. He's still the ACC commish, right?
Mm-hmm. That's your guy.
Yeah. Oh, I like Fitz a lot more than him. He's at the bottom for me, just like you. All right. Oh, by the way, Smoker used it yesterday. Took me a little bit to figure everything out. Ribs.
Okay.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, they are.
Excellent. They were so good.
How did you do them? How long did you have them on there for?
2 hours, and then wrapped for a little under 2 hours, and then just very short time with the barbecue sauce at the end, unwrapped.
Yeah, that's a pro move right there. And obviously, the longer you leave them on, do you want them to chew or do you want them to fall off? That really it's a personal preference at that point.
When I took them out of the foil, they were falling apart. I was like,
you like them that way? I like them that way.
Yes, it was awesome.
I don't like gnawing on the bone.
No. That's why I kept them back on after I sauced some of them for a very short period of time. I'm like, they're done. I don't want to overcook these guys. So yeah, it was awesome. I did 275. I think I did too high, but
that's exactly what I do. No,
you do 275. Okay.
Yeah, depending on the day, depending on the temp.
How long do you do? 2 hours? 2 hours? What do you do?
I do 2-1-30. 2-1-30. So 2 hours by themselves, 1 hour wrap, 30 in sauce. And I've been doing this new thing where you put the ribs, so you get a piece of foil, and you put brown sugar, butter, and hot honey on the bottom of the foil.
That's what I did.
Yeah, see, you're a smoking pro now. Look at you.
I looked up a TikTok. I was like, oh, that's a good idea. And then that's what I ended up doing. No joke. My son ate them for breakfast.
That means they're good. That's the ultimate
That's
validation.
how good they were.
Dudes rock. Hell yeah.
Dude, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Jack. Pound those ribs for breakfast.
He couldn't wait. I'm like, really? I'm like, all right, fine. I mean, that's a compliment. They were all making fun of me.
So apparently
apparently they listened to part of our show yesterday when they were driving home from religion. And they walk in, they're making fun of me. Like, hey, you got to keep it at least 5 feet away from the house. Dawn's like, I don't want you burning my house with that smoker. I'm like, all right, I get it. You listen. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't want to burn the house down over a few slabs of ribs. Now, here's the real trick. I don't have kids that I know of. When you get Jack in the groove and he starts finding out that he can start doing these things like at his age and become a cook or a chef or a barbecue, not like a chef, but like when Jack learns how to do chicken and ribs and steak, whew, the ladies are going to love him when he's older, man. If he learns how to cook at his age, he's going to be well ahead of the game, man. I can't wait.
A buddy of mine, his son always brings cookies to the girls at high school. Dude, that's a move. He's got girls hitting him every time he sees someone. There's a girl. Yeah, any cookies for us? It's like, you're right. You're right. That's a good move.
That may work up to a certain age. If Jack's bringing cookies around at 25, I don't know if that's normal.
No,
got to get to the
ribs,
because Oh, when Jack learns how to do those chicken thighs, woo! And then he starts making them for mom and dad. Mom and dad don't have to make dinner anymore.
Let's go.
Let's go.
It's a good investment. Very happy with it. One day in. Very happy. Lightning bets. Where you at?
Yeah, I'll go fast. Give me. I just warmed to the idea of taking Iowa plus 5.5. I was leaning, and now I'm in. Iowa plus 5.5, and I'm going to take down UConn. Give me Kansas plus 1.5.
I hate that I missed the move. That I wanted to bet Rutgers. I didn't bet it, and then it goes down to 14.5. Still going to take them. I'm going to take Rutgers, and I did bet CMC 40-1 OPOY. So I'm with you there. There's 140 out there. You got to hunt for it, but it's available to everyone. One of the bigger books in the country. For Sam, Joe, and we'll be back tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning. Paul Aspen will be back as well. This is Bet Sweats, weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.